chess will be the most active thing you'll be able to do, Ranma growled, her eyes narrowing to icy blue razors. I've never dislocated a spine before, but I'm a quick learner. Chopper jerked his hand back as if it was on fire. All right. Yeesh. After seeing the big-tailed girl's dangerous expression fade, he continued. So, are you done here? I finally had my whole room back, and I have, like, 2,000 push-ups to do. If I don't start training again right away, I'll never catch up. Ranma felt all of her annoyance at the wrestler melt away at the thought of such dedication to his training, and she nearly shed a tear as she bowed to the massive student. Right. Catch you later. 5 minutes later, Ranma burst into the front door of the room that the Fight Club used, her hand shooting into the air. Ranma Sodom, reporting for Fight Club, she shouted, standing at attention like a soldier as all activity in the room ground to a halt. There was absolute silence for several seconds as the various club members stared blankly at her. And then, all at once, the small crowd erupted. All right. He's back. Firm. She's back. Awesome match, Sodom. You walloped that vampire. Can you believe that run cut you out right at the end? You freaking had that bloodsucker on the ropes. Boy, do you actually know that chick? 'Cause depending on whether you're actually a girl or not, I have these tickets for a movie on Friday. Shooting a quick glare at the last speaker, Ranma held her composure as Ryza Wildman started pushing her away through the excited ring of fighters, letting the praise wash over her like water. Ranma's ego normally ate up sideline gossip, but in this case there was someone she genuinely wanted to impress. Ryza shoved aside a pair of her club members roughly, and then stared down at the shorter redhead through narrowed eyes. She couldn't hold the expression for long no, and she sweat dropped as she looked Ranma over. Is that really you, Sodom? What the hell happened to you? Magic curse, Ranma said, shrugging. I'm actually a guy. Ryza frowned as she poked one of Ranma's breasts, seemingly annoyed at the shorter girl's assets. HMPH. That's a pretty convenient curse, I'd say. Convenient my ass, Ranma grumbled, scratching the back of her head. If I'd had my normal form during the entire fight against Evil Mocha, I would have taken her down before Tsukune could have stopped me. Ryza smirked slightly. I heard a thing or two about that. Good work, human. Then her smirk turned into a sadistic grin as she cracked her knuckles. Those vampires are a real pain in the ass. We need to teach them who's boss right away, before they start causing trouble. Right, Ranma mumbled, a bit unnerved by the gleeful rage in the woman's eyes. I honestly don't even know what that fight was about. I only thought Evil Mocha because she attacked me. You don't need to understand vampires. In fact, it's better if you don't, Ryza said snidely. Worthless bloodsuckers. Ranma was about to excuse herself to her training when Ryza continued. And speaking of worthless, eyebrows. Get your sorry tail over here. Ryza growled. Ranma was fairly surprised at the irritation in the werewolf's voice as Kuma started pushing himself forward from the back of the crowd, having kept his silence while everyone else erupted into praise for Ranma's battle. He seemed rather confused at the sudden summons, and slightly pensive as well. His tension turned to fear as Ryza suddenly grabbed him by the head and dragged his face almost nose to nose with her own. What? What's wrong? He mumbled, a blush spreading across his face as Ryza's hard yellow eyes bored into his dark crimson ones. You're the human's partner, aren't you? Ryza snapped angrily. You were at the fight, weren't you? Kuma gulped and tried to nod, but it was hard to do with Ryza's shockingly powerful grip on his skull. Then why the hell were you standing on the sidelines while your partner was going toe-to-toe with the enemy? Ryza snarled. The Fight Club lives archives as a pack. Eyebrows. When you let the shapeshifter down, you let us all down. There was a great deal of surprise at Ryza's sudden fury all around, but Ranma was by far the most stunned. She wasn't sure how to feel, slighted that Ryza thought she needed help in a fight or impressed at her insistence to forge camaraderie into her members. There was even part of her that was analyzing Ryza's argument and feeling a little miffed as it considered that the taller redhead was right. Although her most prominent emotion was by far the hope that Ryza wouldn't start referring to her as shapeshifter from now on. Kuma recoiled, his legendary temper faltering completely in the face of the sudden dressing down. But he was fighting for his life against the enemy. Is there a reason you let him take on a vampire all on his own? She demanded. Kuma froze up. There was a reason, but it was the worst kind. He wanted to see Ranma lose. Ranma was an annoyance, an arrogant and overbearing peer who had proven himself a superior fighter, and that jealousy constantly fueled his resentment for the big-tailed boy, easily overwhelming the grudging respect he felt for the other fighter and the mandate of the Fight Club. If Ranma lost, that would have taken him down a peg. If he had been injured, then perhaps it would handicap him enough that Kuma could replace him as the best fighter in the club. There were several reasons for him to turn his back on his unwanted partner, but not a one of them would erase the contempt in Ryza's glare. Having his actions shoved in his face like this, and being exposed before all of his peers for the petty creature he was, Kuma felt his pride wither within his chest. Oi, Wildman, hold up. It wasn't like that, Ranma said suddenly, grabbing the taller redhead's attention. Ryza raised an eyebrow. Really? From what I heard, look, I don't know what the peanut gallery told you. Ranma mumbled wearily as she scrubbed her hair with her hand, but that wasn't a life-or-death struggle at all. It was a personal fight. I guess Mocha has some kind of split personality, and one of them hates me slightly more than the other one, but she's not an enemy. Well, I don't think so. I was kind of out of it when Evil Mocha was talking about her being the true self or whatever. The big-tailed girl shrugged. The point is, You can think of it as an honor duel. I wasn't gonna kill her, and she probably wasn't going to kill me. I wouldn't have let Kuma jump in if he tried. Ryza quickly let go of the stunned hellhound's forehead. Oh, yes, so that's how it was. I see. She gathered herself up and nodded to Kuma. Never mind then. Eyebrows. I got ahead of myself. There. You are never to interrupt an honor duel between warriors. The head of the Fight Club quickly turned away from the chastened monster. All right, that's enough gawking. Get back to your training. By our next meeting, Shotum better not be the only one with a decent fight on his record. The other club members let out a cheer as they quickly broke up into their usual pairs, rushing into their sparring groups with renewed vigor. Kuma, for his part, slunk away silently the moment Ryza's attention was off him, and Ranma watched the hellhound leave the room before she slipped out after him. Yeesh. Either Eyebrows isn't very aware of his surroundings or he's really worked up, Ranma thought to herself as she walked down the halls after the hellhound. She wasn't being particularly stealthy, but Kuma walked stiffly down the halls toward the exit, his head down and seemingly unaware of anything around him. What's with him, anyway? You'd think he'd be happy to get out of that mess. Kuma pushed the door open and stepped outside, pulling himself to the side of the building before fishing around in his pocket. After a moment, he pulled out a cigarette and then stuck it in his mouth before gently touching his index finger to the tip. Hey, I didn't know you smoked. Kuma made an extremely undignified yelping sound as he jumped, and the hot-tempered monster whirled around to face the intruder. Ranma was leaning out the window next to him, her elbow planted on the sill. You alright? You left in a hurry back there, and we haven't done any training yet. Kuma forced himself to calm down, and once more touched his finger to the end of the cigarette. I needed some time to think, that's all, he mumbled as the tip of the cigarette lit up with a bright orange glow. Ranma made a face as Kuma inhaled deeply. You know, those things are really bad for you. They probably cut your lung capacity in half. Kuma gave Ranma an odd stare as he took a deep drag off the cigarette. Shotum, do you remember what kind of monster I am? Doggy, Ranma said without hesitation. Then she yanked her head back as a thin stream of embers shot past her face, searing the wall outside the window. What? Did I guess wrong? I'm a Hellhound, idiot, Kuma snarled, smoke pouring from the side of his mouth. So what? Ranma asked, sticking her head out again. So, where do you think hellhounds are from? Ranma considered this carefully before she replied. Well, I know you can get them at the pound, but I think most people prefer pet stores. This time she had to pull herself entirely within the building as a jet of fire roared past. Once Ranma peeked out again, an extremely irritated Kuma continued his explanation. Hellhounds come from the underworld, moron. As in hell. Do you know what the air is like in hell? He took a deep drag from the cigarette, his expression becoming momentarily serene. It's full of ash and hot as an oven. In places, it's full of toxic chemicals that could knock out a troll with a single sniff. Ranma watched in fascination as Kuma spoke with a distinctly fond expression. Sounds awful. Of course it would sound that way to someone used to this, Kuma grumbled, waving a hand around haphazardly to indicate the atmosphere. But a hellhound's lungs separate the toxins and flammable gases from the air and fuses them. If I breathe too much clean air, my body temperature starts to drop, and I find it harder and harder to breathe fire. So you smoke? Ranma asked curiously, actually quite interested in this new revelation. Kuma shrugged as he pulled the cigarette out of his mouth and stared at it. It's a surprisingly good approximation of hell. These Marlboro guys are probably mostly devils. With that, the hellhound suddenly opened his mouth and flicked the cigarette inside, swallowing the butt with a slow, savoring gulp. Ranma looked slightly sick at the sight, but Kuma paid it no mind as he gazed out at the bleak landscape surrounding Youkai Academy. Hey, Sodom. Why did you come to Youkai Academy? I got kicked out of my old school, Ranma mumbled, just a slight edge of bitterness in her voice. For what? Fighting? Kuma pressed. I had to rescue my fiancée from a race of stupid bird people in China, Ranma groused. As a result, I missed too many days to make up and the principal expelled me. So basically it's all that jerk Saffron's fault. The pig-tailed girl suddenly turned around and glared at Saffron, who had been approaching from behind her in the halls. That's right, I said it. Why the hell should anyone have to die for an oversized space heater like you? Saffron's expression darkened as he stopped dead in the halls, having come along at a particularly bad time in the conversation. I actually wanted to thank, nobody cares, Bird Brain. Scram, Kuma said, glaring through the window as the Phoenix King turned around and walked off, sulking. Ranma leaned out of the window further. How about you? Do you have a real reason for being here? Kuma grimaced as he turned back to the bleak landscape, leaning against the outer wall of the school building. I was sent here by my mother. She... The hellhound suddenly tensed up, as if feeling physically ill from making this statement to the pig-tailed girl. No, don't hesitate, damn it. If I can't even tell him a little thing like this about me, I'll never learn to actually trust this guy. And if I don't trust him, we won't be able to fight together. And if we can't fight together, Miss Wildman will just think I'm slowing him down. She'll hate me. The last thought sent an electric jolt of fear down his back, and he quickly went on. My mother wants me to be a lawyer. There was dead silence for several seconds as Ranma stared at the back of Kuma's head. PFFG. Suddenly, the martial artist snorted loudly as she tried to hold in laughter. Are you KKK serious? A lawyer? Fuck. That's priceless. A vein popped up on Kuma's head as he wallowed in regret. I can't trust this guy at all, can I? Aren't you more the type who causes lawsuits? Ranma asked between giggles. Yeah, Well, that's why I'm here, Kuma growled out, forcing himself to continue. Because of my temper, I hurt a lot of humans back where I lived. So my mother sent me here to try and learn to hold back better. Ranma's chuckling died off at the thought of Kuma getting angry and hurting possibly innocent people, though she decided there was little point in chastising the hellhound for it. Wait, I thought you lived in hell. Kuma winced, surprised that Ranma would pick up a detail like that. I used to. A long time ago. It's a long story. Ranma snorted as she rolled backward out the window and landed in a squat at Kuma's feet. Well, I've got all day since it looks like we're not sparring, so go ahead and tell me. The hellhound looked away uncomfortably. It's not that interesting a story, really. Well, it's sure to be more interesting than whatever excuse Mocha has for turning into a nasty psycho, and that's the only other backstory I have waiting for me if I go meet up with Tsukune, so get to it, Ranma ordered. Kuma felt a small spark of defiance well up within him, but smothered it immediately. All right, fine. Where to begin? After several long seconds of staring down into the dirt, Kuma spoke again. I hate my dad. You're preaching to the choir. Eyebrows, Ranma murmured, unimpressed by the sudden admission. Kuma ignored the commentary. Ever since I was a newborn puppy, my dad raised me to be a warrior. A guardian. We were the chosen ones, the foremost protectors of the realm of the dead. Day in and day out. And during the night time too. I guess it's not like there's night in hell. I trained with my father, becoming stronger and stronger to guard the gates of the underworld on my own someday. Ranma nodded slowly as images formed in his mind of a tiny black puppy playing with a gigantic burning hound the size of a tour bus. I was supposed to be the best of the best. Our family line was such that each generation of hellhound always rose to greater heights than the last, always surpassing the power of its ancestors. Selective breeding, harsh training, grueling encounters. Hell is a difficult place to live under any conditions, but what a warrior guardian has to go through to attain his post is the equal of any torment heaped upon the damned, Kuma grumbled, scrubbing his hair with his hand. Okay, so what went wrong? Why do you hate your dad? Ranma asked. And most importantly, why are you in school to become a lawyer when you already have a gig lined up for you? Kuma grit his teeth, and hot smoke thick with ash seeped out of his mouth as he spoke. All those questions have the same answer. I was barely 10 years old at the time, in dog years. Ranma asked, blinking. She grabbed the haymaker before it could impact her face, and grimaced as the halo of flame around Kuma's fist seared her hand. All right, sorry. Go on. Kuma yanked his hand back and his expression turned grim once again. You might be wondering what, exactly, a guardian of the gates of hell guards against. As you may have guessed, the job mostly involves keeping things from getting out. There aren't many souls eager to get in. Ranma's image of father and son hellhound training together shifted, and he imagined the pair of fire-breathing canines pouncing on ghosts among a backdrop of lava flows and smoldering rock. Every once in a while, oh, we do get visitors, Kuma said in a low growl as his rage slowly built from the flickering candle constantly burning within his heart. 5 years ago was the last time it happened. It was the Dark Elves. They can harvest souls and use them, I guess, and souls in hell are especially valuable because of the suffering they've been through or some nonsense like that. I don't really get why, but as the story goes, a party of the pointy-eared sickos charged the gates of hell on a raid. Naturally, it's as much the Hellhound's job to repel intruders as it is to keep the denizens contained. Ranma noted curiously that despite the detached and detailed manner in which he explained the story, the Hellhound's body was slowly growing hotter and his eyes glowed with a furious blood-red light. Getting an idea, she started rummaging through her things as Kuma continued. The Dark Elves came, and he betrayed us. All of us. Kuma exploded, his hands clenching into fists as his eyes seemed to bore down into the ground as if staring at the very scene of the crime. My father, guardian of the gates of hell, most powerful of the Hellhounds and the pinnacle of our family line, turned traitor. The elves ran rampant through the fire plains, took all the souls they wanted, and then left, taking my dad with them. That bastard not only neglected his duty and dishonored our name, but then he just left me and my entire family. Ranma frowned as she slowly filled a tea kettle with water from a nearby hose. Is there more to it than that? It seems to me like there's something else about it that's bothering you. Kuma tensed up as Ranma's appraisal struck home, the slowly expanding anger within him, once a mere candle flame, building into a raging inferno. That worthless, despicable weakling. Kuma's eyes snapped up to meet Ranma's, and the big-tailed girl was honestly taken aback by the glowing spheres of hatred that burned furiously where the Hellhound's eyes had been. Staring into those twin suns, she felt like she was being swallowed by fire, as if the demonic hound's gaze was searing her very soul. He became their pet. Kuma finally snarled, a corona of fire erupting around him. Ranma's expression fell as the earlier effect of staring into Kuma's eyes was abruptly cut short. Huh? He did what? Their pet? Kuma repeated, baring his fangs as he clenched his teeth. They came to the gates with a well-seasoned steak and a meat bone, and then they all took turns petting him as he ate it up. They were playing frisbee with him on the fire plains as the soul catchers did their job, and the last I saw of him, he was wagging his tail like an idiot on board the Dark Elf ship as the raider captain gave him a belly rub. Kuma was panting furiously as he dug up his most hated memories, puffs of black smoke laced with flame blasting from his mouth. Even now, I bet he's holed up in some decadent Dark Elf palace, chowing down on fine meat and milk bones. I'm sure he plays around with the elves all day and goes on long hunts with them to take down incredible creatures. He probably even has his own harem, the filthy coward. All for shirking his thankless, lifelong, in her bound duty to guard the most wretched place in the universe. Ranma's sweat dropped. I don't blame him. Not one bit. Kuma seemed to calm down slightly after the initial venting, although an aura of fire still flickered around him. After that, our family line was dishonored, and the lords of the underworld decided we were no longer trustworthy guardians. They installed a security system and manned the gates with a few of the airport security guards that enjoyed the strip searches a bit too much for heaven's tastes, and then booted my family out of hell. We are exiles in this world, never to return to our ancestral home. Ranma stared as the hellhound deflated, clearly ashamed by the ordeal he had just related. So, let me get this straight. Your pot betrayed your family, and as a punishment, your family got to leave the land of eternal damnation. Don't make it sound like he was doing us a favor. Kuma snapped angrily. We had a fine and glorious duty. He betrayed everything our line and my life stood for. The shame that he fought. Kuma's rant was interrupted by a rapidly building whistling noise, and the hellhound blinked in confusion as he realized that the sound was coming from directly above him. He also realized, as Ranma stood up and took her steaming kettle from his back, that the weight he had been feeling on his shoulders was not the crushing burden of his dishonor, as he had assumed. Thanks for the hot water. It's how I turn back into a guy, Ranma explained as she poured a thin stream of the stuff over her head. Wincing at the temperature, Ranma's form rapidly expanded as his chest shrunk, and before Kuma's curious gaze he was soon in his birth gender. So no wonder you get all worked up whenever anyone makes a dog joke. Ranma deadpanned as the tea kettle vanished behind his back. But I don't really understand where all this goes from here on out. I mean, are you going to do anything about what happened, or just move on with your life? Personally, Ranma suspected that Kuma's plan mostly involved furious rages as his guilt and anger ate away at him from the inside, but he didn't want to present that as a real option to the boys. I want to do both, Kuma said firmly as he crossed his arms over his chest. My mother wants me to learn to live among humans and make the most out of my new life here. Fine. If I have to put up with this stupid school for that to happen, I will. Then the hellhound gripping a shaking fist in the air in front of him. But I'm going to get my father back for what he did, too. I won't give up my training, and I'll become even stronger than him. And then I'll hunt him down like the miserable deserter he is, and give him a deserter's judgment. Ranma thought that was a little bit too intense considering the elder hellhound's crimes, but kept his opinions to himself for once as Kuma stood up to stand eye to eye with him. But to do that, I'll need help, Kuma admitted seriously, his red eyes grim. As I am now. I'm too weak, too unstable. I need Miss Wildman's teaching and I need the conflict that I see all around this school in order to get stronger. And I need. The hellhound took a deep breath before he finally forced out the words he had been holding back. And I need you, as the better fighter of us two, to help me move forward and overcome my weaknesses," he finally blurted out. Ranma froze, caught completely off guard by the sudden admission, and feeling a sympathetic pang in his heart that had been becoming more and more common lately. Sure, people came to him with their problems all the time in the past, whether they were ostensibly his friends or his worst enemies. But they had always been tangible, immediate problems that were more often than not the fault of whoever was pleading for assistance. They only came to him because Ranma's reluctance to back down before a challenge and his peerless abilities made him the best tool available, especially as the big-tailed boy usually neglected to ask for anything in return. Kuma wasn't asking him to beat his father for him or teach him a full technique, but rather making a place for himself at Ranma's side, admitting his inadequacy and asking Ranma to help him overcome it. Not as a bothersome neighbor leeching off his more successful peers, but as a partner and friend. Kuma raised an eyebrow. Are you crying?" he asked, perplexed. Ranma quickly swiped a hand over his face. "And no, of course I'm not crying. All that ash you're always blowing around just got in my eyes, that's all." The big-tailed boy snapped. Kuma recoiled slightly. "Okay, whatever." The hellhound trailed off, uncertain as to whether he had touched a nerve or not. Ranma took a moment to compose himself and then started walking past Kuma, indicating that the other students should follow. "Anyway, that's a pretty interesting story. I guess I can see why you'd be mad at your old man." He shrugged. "Actually, my pot was a real idiot too. This stupid curse is his fault." "Really? What'd he do?" Kuma asked, curious about Ranma's story now that he had told his own. "Well, when I was younger, my pot decided to take a trip to China." Tsukune steepled his fingers as he sat down across from Kurumu and Youkai, his expression grim and serious. "I know that the mess this morning caused a lot of confusion surrounding Mocha and Ranma, but there's another angle we haven't been looking at, and I think it's important." "What would that be?" Kurumu asked as she slid her chair closer to Tsukune. She loved it when Tsukune was forced into taking on the role of leader, without Ranma's presence and power smothering everyone around him or Mocha to distract him. The usually timid boy fell into the role quite easily. "The enforcers," Tsukune grumbled, leaning back as he scratched his chin. "This is the third time that I've seen the enforcers go after Ranma, and now they've even started attacking us just for being close to him. What did Senpai do to them in the first place?" Youkai asked as she idly thumbed through a book. Unlike Kurumu, she didn't seem nearly so enthusiastic to be deferring to Tsukune. Kurumu snorted. "From what we heard from Miss Madaraki, it could be anything. They only enforce the school rules when they want to attack someone or get bribes. Do you really think it'd be hard for them to come up with a violation from Ranma?" "That's not so much what concerns me," Tsukune mumbled, seizing the girl's attention once more. "If people want to attack Ranma, they're the ones risking their lives, after all." I'd like to help put a stop to it entirely if I can, but I'm more worried that in this last case they attacked us, and didn't even have a flimsy pretext for it. Tsukune stared down at the table for a long moment, and then finally looked up at Youkai. Youkai, do you know who the leader of the enforcers is? His name is Kuyo, Youkai said as she flipped through a student roster. I'm not sure offhand what kind of monster he is, but he definitely uses fire. She turned the book around to show Tsukune Kurumu a picture of the man. A senior who hasn't graduated, presumably because he has an ongoing responsibility to the school and maintaining order. The picture boasted a man with long white hair and a long, pale face. He had a wide, exposed forehead which sported a pair of strange black spots that seemed to be some sort of tattoos. He's just a tyrant who doesn't want to give up his position, Kurumu spat. Probably true, but it seems he's pretty good at it, Yukai offered, shrugging. Tsukune nodded thoughtfully. And who does the protection committee answer to? Ostensibly they're controlled by both the headmaster and the student council. Actually, Yukai mentioned, her voice slightly puzzled. I can understand how the headmaster wouldn't care as long as the school hasn't turned into a charnel house, but I can't account for how they get away with their actions so easily under the watch of the council. Those are elected positions after all, and the enforcers are tremendously unpopular. Kurumu sighed. I can guess why. Whether or not the structure of the school apes a human schools, they're all still monsters, after all. When the protection committee threatens, bribes, and assaults the members of the student council, they don't use their authority to punish them. They fall into line. Tsukune nodded darkly. I suppose the threat of expulsion would seem kind of hollow coming from someone with a claw at their throat, he admitted. So the student council has authority over the committee, but can't actually stop them because the committee can harm them. I suppose that leaves the headmaster as the only force that can stand up to the enforcers, the human concluded. Not necessarily, said a new voice that instantly caused the three students to flinch in fear. Jadeite walked into the empty classroom with a thoughtful expression on his face and his hands clasped behind his back as he considered the members of his club. Forgive me for the interruption. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation, but since you're all quite late for your mandatory club activities, I thought that, as the sponsor of our group, it was my responsibility to hunt. I mean, gather you all. Tsukune watched as Yukai and Kurumu grimaced. But Professor Jadeite, I made sure to leave you a note explaining. You explained that your friend had been injured badly, and then sought to use that as an excuse to shirk your duties to me, Jadeite said. A frown crossing his face as Tsukune flinched back. Do not think that I let my minions get away with such laxity. We will go to collect the pink-haired one from the infirmary, and then the four of you shall immediately descend into the dungeon of gratuitous traps. If there's time afterward, we may yet be able to get to Overkill Cavern as well. Tsukune pushed away the dread at Jadeite's words and instead focused on the teacher's entering comment. Wait, when you entered, you said that the headmaster wasn't necessarily the only force that could stand up to the enforcers, right? Jadeite blinked at the change of topic. That's correct. Just as the top-heavy one noted that the Protection Committee uses the nature of monsters to usurp authority, there are some students that reject the committee's authority on the sole basis that they're too strong to restrain. As Kuromu bristled at the top-heavy comment, Youkai blinked in surprise. Of course. We've seen Senpai stand up the enforcers again and again. There have to be other students willing to do the same thing. The caveat, of course, is that the Protection Committee consists of approximately 36 battle-hardened and utterly loyal monsters that operate with a unified purpose, if not any particular notion of competence. Jadeite continued, unconsciously falling into his lecturer mode. So it follows that any single student that resists them will eventually be overwhelmed and taken down. However, there are forces that band together to array themselves against the committee as well. The Negaverse general stopped to think. I believe the Fight Club was prominent in this role last semester, when Wildman joined the faculty and set it up. Besides them, the monstros get rid of anyone who attacks one of their number, so even a committee member that takes action against them will eventually be isolated and killed. Monstros? What are they? Tsukune asked. Hybrid monsters, Youkai explained distastefully. Usually when two monsters of different species breed, it produces a twisted mutant rather than a genetically stable monster. They're freaks of nature, and usually quite bitter about it. Tsukune's sweat dropped. Oi, Youkai, isn't that a little harsh? People say cruel things like that about witches, too. Youkai snorted. Don't compare us witches to those abominations. Witches have a long and distinguished history. Yes, you do, Jadeite agreed. Mostly as kindling for groups of angry humans. As Yukai's face darkened, Jadeite cleared his throat. Well, as interesting as this topic is, it isn't getting me any closer to ultimate power. Will pardon me, the military leader turned educator was interrupted by a sudden, howling laughter that roared through the halls. Fa 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 fa. Oh Lucifer. You. Gasp. You can't be !! Serious. That's hilarious. Tsukune immediately recognized the voice as Kuma's, although he was surprised to hear actual mirth from the hellhound. The next voice everyone recognized. Hey, it's not funny. It was the single most awful event in my life. Ranma complained, his voice clearly moving closer to the classroom. Of course it's funny. Kuma insisted as he thought to hold in laughter long enough to speak. A pit of cats? That's the sort of thing they do to sadists in the pits, man. And you went through that as training? He let out another howl of laughter. The pair of fighters were passing by the open doorway, Ranma sulking angrily while Kuma was brushing tears from his eyes when Kuma noticed Tsukune and the others inside. Immediately he pushed his way into the room, fighting his chuckling as he plonked behind himself at Ranma. You guys, get this. The reason Sodom Tatsuka, the hellhound's jaw snapped shut as Ranma's foot fell onto the back of his head. Hey! Don't go telling that story to anyone else. That's a secret. Ranma snapped, his face a bright red. Naturally, Tsukune, Kuromu, and Youkai were instantly interested, and began staring at Ranma askance. Kuma, surprisingly, simply shoved Ranma's foot away calmly rather than getting upset. Dog, come on. They're all your friends, right? They can know about it. Ranma immediately plonked at Jadeite, who was looking increasingly irritated with the interruption. What about him? He's not my friend. So shut up. Jadeite nodded sharply as he cleared his throat. Yes, as a matter of fact, me and the members of my club were about to crack. The Negaverse general's jaw suddenly snapped shut in mid-sentence as Kuma's knuckles smashed into it, and the blond man was sent reeling in shock as pain flooded through his face. His shock was compounded by a sense of dread as he noted several small embers flickering into being within his field of vision. THWOM. Everyone else in the room flinched back as Jadeite's face seemed to explode, nearly knocking Tsukune and Youkai over from the buffeting wave of hot air. The hellhound grinned as Jadeite hit the ground like a sack of rocks, his face a smoking mess. There. He's down now, so that makes it okay, right? Ranma stared as his and Yukai's teacher twitched weakly on the floor. Whoa! I didn't know you could do that, he exclaimed. Also, Mumber, why not? Kuromu said, grabbing onto Ranma's shoulder eagerly. Tell us. Youkai promptly latched onto his opposite arm, her eyes gleaming. Come on, senpai. We won't laugh. You'd better not laugh. It's not funny. Ranma protested, his face flushed. So that means I can tell them, right? Kuma asked. Ranma noted with great annoyance that a curved, black furred tail had popped out of the back of his pants and was wagging up and down rapidly. No, you can't. Shut up about it. Ranma snapped. Kuma frowned in disappointment. Well, can I at least tell them about you being engaged to 3 chicks at once? Ranma could practically feel Kuromu and Yukai's eyes bulging. Knock it off. I don't go around trying to spill your stories the moment you tell me. But your embarrassing secrets are so much better than mine. The hellhound protested. 3 women at once? Are they all the same species? Kuromu wondered, immediately digging for details. Do you, use a schedule to handle them all? Or what? Youkai snorted, having recovered from the initial surprise of the revelation. Hardly surprising. You're perfect alpha male material, after all. And there are lots of monsters that have a hunting pack social model. It's not like that. Ranma protested angrily. And I told you. I'm human. Tsukune had been mostly silent throughout all of this, his interest in Ranma's secrets abating as soon as he noticed that Ranma really didn't want to share them. His gaze had settled on Jadeite, who was still insensate on the floor after Kuma's sucker punch. One of the groups to regularly take on the enforcers is the Fight Club, and Ranma and Kuma are both part of the Fight Club. He rubbed his chin. In that case. Hey, Ranma, Kuma, he said suddenly, stepping forward in the middle of the fiasco and instantly causing Kurumu and Ranma to fall silent. Kuma and Youkai weren't so quick to listen to the younger human, but they quickly sensed the mood and reluctantly gave him their attention as well. Are you two free right now? Tsukune asked cautiously. If you are, I have a proposition that might interest you. Damn. Is this really all you have? Asked a tall boy with a grim expression on his face as he gripped 600 yen coins in his fist. He was wearing a black long jacket and armband that denoted his association with the enforcers, and was backed up by a fierce-looking woman in the same outfit as he glared down at a pair of much shorter students. Well, considering that there is no official fee for merely going about our C-Club activities, shouldn't it suffice? Mumbled one of the besieged boys as he trembled in fear. Him and his friend were clearly part of the science club, wearing white lab coats with thick Coke bottle glasses and pocket protectors to complete the ensemble. The male enforcer growled as his fist tightened around the coins. Watch your mouth, scum. Then he tapped the armband around his bicep. What is this? HM? The pair of science club members looked confused for a moment, which only served to feed the taller student's exaggerated fury. Speak, worms. You're supposed to be intelligent, aren't you? He snapped as the girl's eyes narrowed dangerously. It's your protection committee armband, one of the hapless students ventured, clearly confused as to why the intimidating enforcer would ask. Exactly. I'm an official, granted authority by the leaders of this campus, the enforcer said proudly, his back stiffening. Us, any fee I demand is official by default. Is that understood? The small, bespectacled boy sighed in resignation. Of course. I can't really argue with that logic, can I? Damn right you can't, snarled the male enforcer. Next time, make sure you... He glanced back toward his partner as the fierce-looking girl tapped him on the shoulder. Hey? What's wrong? When the girl did speak, her voice was like the sound of hissing steam. We have company, she said as a boy unfamiliar to either of them approached purposefully. One of the science club students adjusted his glasses as he peered down the hall. That's Tsukune Ono, I believe, from freshman class C. I wonder what he wants. The boy wasn't known to be any kind of fighter, so he seriously doubted that a rescue was in order. In fact, the only reason that he knew of Tsukune at all was because the cutest girl in the freshman class, Moka Akashiya, and the second cutest, depending on which body parts one favored, perhaps Kurumu Kurona, had both latched onto him like muscles, and none of the other students could fathom why. The enforcers watched mutely as the harmless-looking boy approached, sharing a quick glance when the intruder cleared his throat. Excuse me, but you two are with the Protection Committee, right? Tsukune asked rhetorically, pointing to the boy's armband. I wanted to report some misbehavior by several of your fellow committee members. Should I talk to you or is there someone more senior I should see? The two enforcers shared another glance, this one predatory. Well now, isn't that interesting? Misbehavior on the part of the enforcers, you say? The boy mused, approaching Tsukune with a smile. Tell me, are you familiar with the human law slander? Tsukune blinked. Yes. That's when somebody lies to ruin the reputation of another, right? Inwardly, the fairly helpless human was steeling himself in order to look the monsters in the eye without flinching. Although he was in very little real danger right now, he was still not so jaded to violence that he could calmly deal with these kinds of situations. Ooh, you catch on quick, the boy said happily as he loomed over Tsukune. Then let's see if you can finish this sentence, in order for me to forgive you for slandering my peers, who would never shame the good name of the enforcers through so-called misbehavior. I'm going to need you to give me. He trailed off as the girl moved to flank Tsukune, a cruel smirk on her face. Tsukune took a deep breath, forcing the words out without a stutter. You need me to give you. Warning that I think a few members of the Fight Club are sneaking up on you. The reaction was instantaneous. Expressions of pure shock lit the faces of the two enforcers, and then they whirled around in a panic. Ranma saluted lazily as he leaned against the wall next to the members of the science club, who were looking at the new arrivals with awe. Kuma was standing next to him, his arms crossed over his chest as he bared his long, tiger-like fangs. Yo! You guys should be more careful, Ranma said cheerfully. You won't be able to protect the school from rowdy guys like us if you are so easy to sneak up on. The male enforcer took a step back, his gaze fearful. No way. I thought Kuyo disbanded the fight and newspaper clubs. The girl hissed. No, he merely had them attacked, not disbanded. Lord Kuyo prefers violence to paperwork. I can't believe the Fight Club was able to recover. Oh, I heard that every last member was killed. What? You don't think a little thing like the massacre of her precious students would stop Miss Wildman, did you? Kuma snarled as he cracked his knuckles, apparently genuinely upset at the suggestion. Whatever. The blood you spilled will be repaid tenfold. Ranma pushed himself to his feet and started to stretch. If you want to give up now, you can. We have some questions to ask you and that's a lot easier if you don't have a concussion. The two enforcers glanced at each other, and then as one they whirled around to flee. What? How? The male stuttered as he saw a large, barren wall where before had been an empty hallway. Impossible. Tsukune gave Youkai a silent thumbs up as the young witch shut the Book of Illusion spells, having summoned a false wall to make their targets believe they were trapped. The effect was apparently such that it would vanish from the perspective of anyone who knew it was an illusion, So Tsukune and Kurumi were treated to an unobscured view of the battle to come as the enforcers whirled back around in a panic. Damn it! How did this happen? The girl snarled, her voice becoming even more high-pitched. TCH. So this is it. We stand and fight? The male enforcer mumbled grimly as his body slowly started to bulge outward. Whether you're a fight club or a monstrel or even part of the student council, since you've forced our hand we'll make you regret it, he growled, his voice becoming deeper and more hollow as his skin started to flatten into hard planes and darken substantially. After a few seconds his enforcer jacket burst apart, revealing a huge body as big as Chopper's troll form, except made entirely of hard chiseled stone. The girl's form seemed to boil away as it expanded, her skin sloughing off into molten waste. Her true body was even darker than her partner's, an ashen charcoal black, although where his was cut into hard, flat surfaces, her body was rough and irregular. After her body finished expanding, tearing through the burning shreds of her uniform, there was a loud cracking noise, and all at once great red seams of sizzling magma shot through her dark igneous carapace. It was nice of you to offer us a chance to surrender peacefully, the magma elemental gasped, her voice being a rush of hot gases seeping through the small cracks that made up her mouth. Unfortunately, we won't be offering you the same courtesy. The earth elemental next to her stomped forward as spears of milky white crystal emerged from his oversized knuckles. I guess now is as good a time as any for the Fight Club to die again. Come on, scum. H.R. Shizukane's ear-like hair fringes twitched happily as she gestured to the chalkboard behind her. Hello again, everyone. Today's topic is, that's right, elementals. On the chalkboard were several drawings of small objects, each one corresponding to an elemental affinity. There was a small fire, a rock, a tornado, a lightning bolt, an ice cube, and a puddle. Elementals are monsters whose bodily makeup are consistent with the qualities of basic non-living aspects of the natural world. In this way, elementals represent elements in the sense that ancient Druids and Greeks thought of them. Elementals have nothing to do with the periodic table, so those of you who failed chemistry can breathe easy. Shizuka moved on to a drawing of a cryptic-looking circle surrounded by nonsensical runic symbols. Elementals are creatures of magic, usually summoned into this world to serve others. They have very little in the way of their own will, despite being sentient creatures, so they're very susceptible to picking up the behaviors of others and tend to be very loyal, since they usually don't like to think for themselves. The elementals that survive in this world long enough to need an education on how to blend in with humans are probably guards or experiments that somehow outlived their summoners. Not much is known about the realm they come from, mostly because I got my degree in liberal arts and I hate reading those big anthropological journals. Sheep wandered back to the pictures of individual elements, and then started drawing chalk lines between them. Although there are many pure elementals consisting of one element, like the hardy earth elemental, There are even more elementals that mix one element with another, like storm elementals that combine wind and lightning, or magma elementals that combine the resilience of stone with the searing power of fire. Shizuka grinned as she turned away from the chalkboard. Although they make excellent puns in some wizards' master battle strategy, on their own an elemental rarely makes full use of their potential. Easily overwhelmed and confused, most elementals resort to a berserk rage when they think they're going to lose, making them more dangerous but no more effective before falling. Well, that's all for now. Enjoy the fight. The Nakomata chirped. HR crunch. Ranma ducked as a fist half the size of his entire body smashed into the wall, puncturing the walls in a spray of wood and crystal splinters. Yo! Eyebrows! Can you handle the lava freak? I'd rather not try punching that, he explained as he somersaulted over a right hook. Kuma snorted as he pounded his knuckles together, causing a halo of flame to burst out of the impact point. Don't ask stupid questions. Just make sure you have the block net laid out by the time I finish with her, or I'll lose all my respect for you. Finish with who, now? The magma elemental hissed as molten rock oozed from her misshapen hands, burning and sizzling on the tile floor. Play with fire and you get burned, fool. She burst forward with her hand extended, her fingers turning to reasonably sharp obsidian claws as fire raced down her palms. Kuma snarled as he caught the elemental's arm, the magma spattering across his hand and arm with absolutely no discernible effect. Actually, no, I don't. Ranma turned away from the Hellhound's fight as Kuma started hammering his opponent with his free hand. Looks like he'll be fine. Now what to do about you? He asked conversationally as the earth elemental towered over him, its glowing green eyes staring down at the martial artist with cold hatred. A blocky stone foot swept toward him, and Ranma hopped over it only to have a giant fist swipe at him in the air. Much to the elemental's chagrin, Ranma grabbed onto the hand and rode out the swing on top of it rather than getting impaled and bludgeoned into a bloody mess. His sharp kicks formed deep cracks within the earth elemental's bicep, but Ranma was unsatisfied as he leapt off of his foe's body to avoid a set of grasping crystal talons. Not enough raw power. And I'm pretty sure this thing doesn't have vital points, he thought to himself as he landed behind the elemental. Kachoo Tenshin Amagurakan. Ranma called out as hundreds of punches rained down on the earth elemental's back in an assault that would have smashed a more biologically sensible creature's spine to gravel. Ranma clicked his tongue at the spiderweb pattern of cracks that adorned the broad stone face he had just assaulted, and idly winced at his sore knuckles before he darted back to avoid a circling backhand. Now would be a really good time to be able to do those super-powered vampire kicks, Ranma mused as his opponent slowly turned to face him. Moko was able to put a ridiculous amount of ki into them, but I was so busy keeping her from turning me into a bloodstain I didn't get a good reading on her technique. Suffer, worm. The earth elemental growled as he curled his arms under his chest, like a weightlifter flexing his biceps. Crack, crack, chunk. All over the elemental's body, jagged spears of quartz emerged from the hardened stone skin, covering the enforcer in crystalline spikes. There's gotta be a weakness to this guy. Face, I guess. Or maybe the joints. Ranma wondered as the massive creature charged again. Not that he was in any kind of real danger from the monster's clumsy swipes, but he'd rather not have to scrape his knuckles raw trying to put down his opponent before Kuma finished with his hoomp. Kuma staggered back as the magma elemental kicked him in the stomach, knocking him away but causing no real damage. The hellhound immediately assumed a boxer's stance, his arms up and ready to block. His opportunity came as the female enforcer sent her claws raking forward, and Kuma launched into a cross-counter that smashed a small crater into the yelping elemental's chest and it had her staggering backward to gain space. The magma elemental puffed thick smoke painfully as her wound slowly filled with molten rock and began to seal. As her carapace was threaded with magma and made of relatively fragile igneous rocks, she lacked the resilience of her partner, and she felt every one of Kuma's blows acutely even while the earth elemental shrugged off Ranma's. Luckily, however, she did have other abilities to compensate for her more fragile body. Kuma eventually got bored of waiting for the enforcer, and darted forward with a straight punch that slammed into her left shoulder with agonizing force. Fighting through the pain, the elemental's right hand seized onto Kuma's wrist tightly, the claws digging easily through the fabric of his uniform and into the flesh beneath. The hellhound snarled angrily, pulling back his free hand to pummel his foe like before. This time, however, the enforcer suddenly spat a small glob of magma that struck Kuma right on the bridge of his nose, immediately sticking over his eyes. Gh. Ow! Not the eyes! Kuma growled as he writhed in pain, trying to wipe away the molten rock. Even at this heat, the lava wouldn't do any real damage, but it was more than enough to hurt when applied to a sensitive area. Seizing on her chance, the magma elemental pulled back her head and then slammed it into Kuma's face, the impact eliciting a small explosion not unlike the popping of a cherry bomb. Kuma rocked his head back, pain overwhelming his senses as he started beating at the obsidian claws that held him immobile in an effort to get free. Youkai frowned as she watched the battle, though she made sure to keep a constant flow of energy to the illusory wall with her wand. I think it's about time to call on the reserves. Kurama, go! The succubus blanched immediately. What? No! Since when do you get to order me around like that? She demanded angrily. You have a valid point, the young witch admitted. Paolono ordered Kurama to attack. Go! Tsukune shook his head. No, I think they'll be fine. Besides, it's important that we make this the Fight Club's battle, not ours, he reasoned. Kurama breathed a sigh of relief. She was in no hurry to fight someone that Ranma had trouble taking down, and what little she had seen from Kuma impressed her as well, even if he had hit a tough spot in his battle. If we fight them, then we make ourselves targets, Tsukune said as he watched the earth elemental roll into a spiked ball and start trying to roll over Ranma. The Fight Club presents a united front to defy them, so they should be safe from retribution. He was worried about the comment from the Magma Elemental about the enforcers killing off the Fight Club, but that only strengthened his resolve to see his plan through. Youkai snorted. Spineless cretins. The Protection Committee punishes harmless violations and extorts money from weaklings, but flee the moment a natural threat to school safety appears. It's actually kind of human of them, Tsukune admitted blithely. Kuma snarled as the magma elemental belched thick black smoke in his face, trying to keep his senses off kilter while she grappled with him. The enforcer knew she was ultimately the weaker of the two, and so kept pressing her surprise advantage as much as she could, trying to prevent the Hellhound from properly using his fighting skills again. The smoke, however, didn't even have the mild effect that the magma did, and the elemental hissed fearfully as Kuma inhaled deeply, his body actually relaxing somewhat at breathing in the soot-ridden cloud. Then his cheeks puffed up, and the Hellhound spat out a howling fireball at point-blank range. PWOM. Elemental and Hound were flung away from the force of the blast, the former rolling painfully along the floor, while the latter hit the ground on his feet and leaned forward as he skidded backward across the scorched tile floor. The magma elemental scrambled to get to her feet, idly noting that for some reason there were floating fire extinguishers putting out the fires left by the explosion. Kuma took a deep breath as he wiped the last of the molten rot from his eyes, feeling invigorated by the hot, ashen cloud that had been vomited into his face. Doesn't seem like our powers work on each other, does it? He asked casually as he stuffed his hands into his pockets, a grin on his face as he watched the floating fire extinguishers that Youkai was making put out the residual flames from his attack. The magma elemental gulped as she got up, injured from the earlier assaults but clearly unharmed from the fireball. Ranma, meanwhile, was grimacing as his own opponent rolled across the length of the hall, curving and zigzagging in his crystal-covered boulder form. Long lines of holes had been punched into the floor to mark the elemental's path, and the few points in which the enforcer had ventured close to the wall were marked by long, ragged tears in the wood. Not making much progress here, Ranma thought ruefully as the elemental started to pick up speed toward him, his path marked by the constant pock exclamation point hyphen pock exclamation point hyphen pock of its crystal spikes puncturing the flooring. The big-tailed boy noticed that the path behind him led directly into the illusory wall being held up by Youkai, and he clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Knock it off, freak!" Ranma shouted as he launched himself forward, putting as much energy and momentum as possible into a single kick into the side of his foe. "I'm here for a fight, not pinball." Crack! The kick sent the elemental reeling sharply to one side, and an incredulous cry came from the spike-covered sphere before he slammed hard into the wall, pinning himself there. Ranma winced as he pulled his leg down, noting a shallow gash where one of the spikes had managed to nick him. The kick itself had hurt, too. He had no illusions that he'd recovered fully from the fight with Mocha that morning. Damn. You won't get away with that, grumbled the Earth Elemental as he started the sensitive process of trying to uncurl himself while at the same time extracting his numerous crystal spines from where they had become embedded in the walls. Of course I will, Ranma said, grinning as he suddenly leapt across the hallway, straight toward the Magma Elemental. Said Elemental was still staring down Kuma when Ranma landed on her head, eliciting a yelp from the female enforcer before he used her obsidian skull as a springboard to launch himself toward Kuma. Clap! Ranma slapped his palm against Kuma's as he darted past, and then an explosion of flames consumed the hellhound as he suddenly sprouted thick black fur and doubled in mass and volume. The Magma Elemental yelped as Kuma rushed forward, thick ropes of lava like saliva running from between teeth like ivory daggers. She managed to throw herself to the side in time to avoid the hound's lunging attack, which was successful in large part because Kuma made no such attack and bolted straight past her. As she turned to stare at the retreating canine, comprehension dawned. Wait! I'm fighting the other one now? The one who isn't at Firebase? She hissed in confusion that gave way to excitement. Finally! That means I can use my... As she turned around, the Magma Elemental's excitement waned quickly as she stared into a veritable storm of blue energy surrounding the big-tailed boy, the aura suffusing the very air around him as he sculpted it into its customary projectile. Wait. Maybe we can work something out after all. It doesn't have to be like this, the elemental said in a panic, her sense of subtle malevolence broken as dusty smoke puffed out her mouth and ear holes. There's no need to go this far. Save the hot air for someone who gives a damn. Ranma shouted as he let fly with a key bolt almost as tall as he was. Muko Takabisha. The Magma Elemental tried to escape, but she was already on the floor and couldn't get her footing before the searing beam of blue power washed over her. The Earth Elemental growled incoherently as he tore his arms free of the wall, shearing great strips of wood and wallpaper from the hallway as he unraveled his body. He winced as he noticed several shards of crystal still embedded in the wall, and noted the prickling pain along his body where the spikes had snapped off. Probably shouldn't use that move in confined spaces, the lumbering enforcer mumbled as he turned around to face his aggravatingly quick opponent once more. He was extremely nonplussed to instead find a giant black hound growling at him, its jaws puffing clouds of black smoke wreathed with flame. This is going to hurt, isn't it? The Earth Elemental mumbled, releasing a hollow, rumbling sigh as a halo of fire swirled around the hellhound. Burn! Kraken! Kuma howled as a jet of fire blasted from his jaws and instantly engulfed the elemental. H-sharp-FFFFFFT. Youkai frowned as she watched the last of the fire extinguishers she had rounded up start to run empty as it spat carbon dust over the still glowing form of the earth elemental. Yeesh. Your powers may be full in a fight, but they sure are a pain to clean up after, the young witch complained to the giant black dog standing behind her. Kuma dismissed the complaint, his tail lashing back and forth rapidly as he surveyed the scorched, unconscious body of his foe. It feels good to let loose in your birth form after wearing that little body for so long. He cheered, his voice a low rumble. Yeah, I know what you mean, Ranma admitted as he finished wrapping up the cut on his leg. When he finished tying it off and stood up, he noticed that everyone but Tsukune was looking at him with an intensely interested expression. I was talking about my cursed form, he shouted quickly. It's a pain fighting as a girl. Sure it is, Kuromu said knowingly as she winked at him. Anyway, those science geeks took off in a hurry, so now what? Now we have two prisoners to squeeze information from, Tsukune said as he collected the empty extinguishers under his arm. We need to find out who's in charge of intimidating the student council, and where we can find them. Kuma raised a furry eyebrow as he sat on his haunches. And why do we care about that? The student council is a bunch of useless nerds. But they're useless nerds with authority, right? Tsukune asked uncertainly. Maybe if we can get them to make a stand against the enforcers, we can get this shut down. And why do we need to shut down the enforcers? Ranma asked, scratching his head. I mean, let's be honest. That hero guy isn't exactly a threat. He could generally see why it would be a good idea, but it wasn't really in Ranma's nature to go out of his way to actually resolve a problem rather than simply fending it off whenever it posed an immediate threat. Tsukune looked a bit flustered as he turned toward his roommate. Ranma, they've been attacking you relentlessly, and they even came after me and the girls. You can't protect us all 24 hours a day. Then he straightened. Besides that, it's in the best interest of the school to have the protection committee's current leadership removed. You've seen what it's like. Fights break out over the smallest things, villains run free without fear, and the weak are preyed upon relentlessly. Kuma sighed wistfully. It's just like home. Youkai gagged as she stepped away from the hellhound, coughing up smoke. Would you turn back into your human form already? We're going to asphyxiate just from your breath. Kuma snorted disdainfully at the complaint, but did as he was asked, his body returning to that of a human in a curl of flame. Curiously enough, once the change was complete he was wearing his normal uniform again, which had mysteriously vanished in his true form. Tsukune filed the tidbit away for later. I'm still a bit confused, Ranma admitted. Let's say we take out this other enforcer person that's bullying the council. You think they're suddenly going to turn on the protection committee? Tsukune nodded. Hopefully they should do exactly that. But not just from having their personal fun put in the nurse's office. I want the Fight Club to guarantee their safety. Kuma's brow creased. Whoa. What? Watch this, now. Why are we doing that? The enforcers are strong, organized, and have an official mandate to carry out their crimes, Tsukune explained to his increasingly confused friends, trying to draw their interest. If you just beat them up, they'll still remain in power, and they'll either try to take revenge or simply avoid you in the future. If you try to have them ousted, they'll simply force the student council to rescind any order. He shook his head. We need to hit them from both fronts, attacking both their authority and their combat strength. And to do that, we need to give the student council a chance to stand up to them. Tsukune, that's brilliant. You're a genius. Kuromu gushed, promptly hugging him from behind. Kumo looked extremely uncertain, and he glanced at Ranma. Wait, is this really happening? We're going to overthrow the enforcers? Ranma shrugged. I could think of worse ways to kill a week. Just then, a dull hissing noise, like the last bit of steam being pushed through a kettle's spout, came from behind Ranma as the magma elemental groaned. The female enforcer's coal-like eyes fluttered open, and the magma elemental grimaced as she realized that her limbs were as stiff as the rock they were made out of. Well, look who's awake, Ranma said as he stepped up behind the enforcer, standing over her head. Good. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, Almighty Protector of Peace and Order. The elemental's response was to spit a gob of lava at Ranma's face in a show of defiance. Ranma, being quite aware that the bubbling, molten rock could melt his face right off, backed his head away as the glowing gobbet shot up past him, and then plummeted back down. Spack! God! Kuma snorted and tried to hold in laughter as the magma splattered onto the elemental's obsidian face, doing no actual damage to the creature's body, but decimating her desperately weakened pride. So, first question, Ranma said without missing a beat as the enforcer wiped lava out of her face. Who's in charge of dealing with the student council and your little band of jerks? Like I'd tell you that. The magma elemental snapped. You'll never get anything out of me. Ranma stared blankly into the cracked, vicious face of the enforcer, and then frowned as he scratched the back of his head. Well, I'm out of ideas. The other's sweat dropped at the big-tailed boy's helpless expression. Tsukune in particular looked abashed. Actually, I hadn't considered how we'd get them to talk, he mumbled quietly enough that the elementals couldn't hear. You people are pathetic, Kuma suddenly said, stepping toward Tsukune and yanking one of the fire extinguishers out from under his arm. As Tsukune stuttered and started to protest, the hellhound walked calmly over to immobilized magma elemental, and then gave her a hard kick into her side. Gwuz! The elemental gasped in pain from the sudden gratuitous assault, and was suddenly silent in her pained grumblings as she found the mouth of an extinguisher shoved in between her thick, arrow-shaped teeth. All right, let's try this again. Only this time, if you don't say something we like, I'm going to fill whatever seething hot organ passes for lungs in your freaky magic body with extinguisher foam and put out your core, Kuma's smile was all tawny teeth as the elemental's glimmering red eyes widened. Feel like talking now? Kurumu looked fairly surprised by the turn of events, and glanced at Youkai before she leaned over and whispered into the witch's ear. Hey, can he actually do that? Probably not. Not with extinguisher foam. Anyway, Youkai whispered back, scratching her head under her hat. Kurumu frowned and then whispered to Tsukune, aren't those extinguishers empty, anyway? Tsukune nodded. Pretty sure. Whoa, whoa. Hold on a minute. We don't need to kill anyone. Here. Ranma said suddenly, grabbing Kuma by the shoulder. The hellhound shook off his partner roughly, giving the big-tailed boy a warning glare. Back off, Sodom. I'm sick of playing games with these losers. Either they talk, or we off them and find some other losers who will. Or why you crazy? Hissed the magma element around the nozzle stuck in her mouth. If you kill us, nothing will save you from the wrath of the enforcers. Well, then I guess it's in everybody's best interests for you to start giving us answers, isn't it? Kuma snarled while Ranma watched pensively. The elemental sputtered for several seconds as tiny droplets of glowing lava sprouted from cracks in her skull and slowly crawled down the jagged planes of her face in imitation of a cold sweat. All right. Fine. I'll tell you what you want to know. The enforcer wailed, trying to spit out the extinguisher nozzle. Just get this crazy mud away from me. What did you call me? Kuma demanded, his eyes flaring a bright red as he shoved the extinguisher back into the elemental's face. That's enough. Knock it off. She said she'd spill. Ranma protested, kicking the extinguisher away before pushing Kuma back roughly. The elemental panted weakly before she hesitantly spoke to Ranma. The enforcer in charge of dealing with the student council is a senior named Volos. Ranma raised an eyebrow. What kind of a name is that? I don't know. He's not Japanese, the elemental hissed. He's a Hydra. Huge, resilient, and deadly. You won't get off so easily if you tangle with him. And he deals with the council? Ranma asked, unfazed by the revelation. He's actually part of the student council. He's the official enforcer representative on the student council, a special unelected seat, the magma elemental said. He brings up our concerns to the council and answers to the council's concerns about the enforcers. In theory, Kuma snorted. In reality he brushes off the complaints and tells the student council how much money the enforcers want from them, right? The magma elemental turned her head away. Like I know. That sort of thing is over my head. Ranma crouched down next to her, balancing on the balls of his feet. Okay then. I have something else I want to talk about. What's the deal with that Hero guy? The elemental's face made a strange shift that vaguely reminded Ranma of an eyebrow rising. The gargoyle? What about him? He keeps trying to get at me, Ranma explained, rubbing his head, and the last time he targeted my friends. I'd prefer he stop before someone gets seriously hurt. Or rather, before he gets seriously hurt. The female enforcer snorted. The friends of criminals are no better than criminals themselves. As for you, it would seem we should have taken Haruo's concerns more seriously. You won't escape our wrath forever. Sure I won't, Ranma mumbled, walking around the other end of the magma element and then grabbing onto one leg. Kuma, can you take care of that other one? I'll see you tomorrow. Kuma shrugged as he fished a cigarette out of his pocket. Fine with me. With a snap of his fingers, the end of the cigarette lit a flame, and he gave the earth element a swift kick before he started dragging it in the opposite direction from his partner. Tsukune had been quietly consulting with Youkai about the elemental's information, though he took a moment to watch Kuma leave. He knew that the extinguisher was useless when he threatened her, didn't he? Tsukune asked, shaking his head. You know, I'm kind of surprised. He's really turned himself around. I thought he was just another short-tempered thug, but I guess he isn't so bad after all. Youkai shrugged. He's still a far cry from a proper familiar, but I suppose he has his uses. You could try thinking of him as a person rather than just a tool. Tsukune deadpanned. A dog is still a dog, even if it breathes fire, Youkai said haughtily as she tore a picture out of the school yearbook. He has to earn respect with work and loyalty, like the rest of them. Besides, how can I take him seriously when he still contests that he isn't Senpai's pet? Right, Senpai? Youkai turned toward where Ranma had been interrogating the magma elemental, and was surprised to see that he and the prisoner had left while they were talking. It was evident that the enforcer had been dragged away through the halls, as there were long burn scars on the tile floor along with small dollops of rapidly cooling rock. Where did Senpai go? We haven't even worked out our next strategy for this half-baked plan of yours, Youkai said, turning toward Tsukune. Tsukune, who had long since grown jaded to the barrage of casual insults, shrugged his shoulders. I'm not sure. I guess he left to take the magma elemental somewhere. He frowned. I hope he's careful with her. If he leaves her somewhere where she'll start a fire, I'm not sure there are enough extinguishers left in the building to put it out. So, do you want to tell me where you're taking me? The magma elemental hissed, having been unusually quiet for a creature being dragged around against its will. Somewhere where you'll do some good, Ranma said as he pulled the surprisingly light monster along behind him. At first I thought of dumping you in the pool, but after what Kuma said about your core or whatever, that might kill you. I'm not real fond of you enforcer jerks, but none of you have done anything bad enough for me to kill you. The magma elemental was silent for several seconds, wondering at the uncommon show of mercy. The enforcers were not only aligned against the Fight Club, but they had targeted Ranma personally, and yet he didn't think that deserved a lethal response. She thought back to how he had stopped the Hellhound from using the fire extinguisher. Either he's far more soft than I imagined, or her glowing red eyes slowly widened, or perhaps He's a creature of such fearsome power that he doesn't even see our assaults as a mortal threat. Well, we're here, Ranma said cheerfully. The enforcer craned her head, and then raised an obsidian eyebrow as she stared at the interior of a large concrete room full of massive steel containers. They were each full of trash, and sorted appropriately. I figured you might as well save someone a trip to the incinerator while I get rid of you, Ranma said as he suddenly swung the elemental into the air, sending the monster flailing through the air before she smacked against the lip of the container containing the burnable trash and tumbled inside with a cry of pain. After a few seconds, a lick of flame appeared atop the garbage pile, and after a few more amidst the elemental's muffled, enraged shouts, the entire top of the dumpster was ablaze, pouring thick black smoke into the room. Ranma stepped out quickly after the inferno built up, wary of the sudden build-up of smoke. Well, now that that's taken care of, I think it's time for another nap, the martial artist decided as he turned toward the dorms once again. Man, either the fights are getting harder or I'm getting lazier. Feels like I spend more time sleeping off bruises than I do going to class. It's a habit you should work to correct, to be sure, said a familiar voice from behind him. Unlike the members of the Exploration Club, Ranma showed no fear as he turned and waved absently to Jadeite, who was standing behind him with bandage wrappings over his face. Hey Professor. What's up? Classes were cancelled today, right? Ranma asked. Jadeite was clearly annoyed by the way his sudden appearance hadn't ruffled his student one bit, but brushed it off. Actually, I need to ask you a question. The Dark General coughed lightly into his fist as Ranma waited patiently. The individual who took me by surprise earlier. The one with the fire attack. Who was he? Ranma was silent for a short while before he asked. Are you asking because you want to congratulate him for earning your respect and maybe take him on as an apprentice or something? Jadeite's eyebrow twitched. No. That is not why I wanted to know his name. In that case, his name is Saffron, Ranma said immediately. Noted. My thanks, Shogun, the Dark General said just as quickly, turning on his heel and marching away. As he watched the emotionally unstable instructor walk away and the reality of what he had just done had settled over him, Ranma felt a small pang of something deep within, agitating his mind with thoughts of possibilities as of yet unexplored, mistakes made, and opportunities missed. Almost at once, he grasped onto the feeling, and his course of action became clear. I think I'll go eat lunch before I fall asleep, actually, he said, making a turn away from the exit and heading back into the school building. HRN Chapter 8, I've had enough of this, snarled Saffron as he slammed shut the door to his room, moving past his bed and opening his dresser. I will not tolerate such disrespect any further. This school of mongrels can sink into the abyss for all I care. Muttering furiously, the Phoenix King rummaged through his dresser for several seconds before pulling out a glass sphere slightly larger than a human head, and then set it gently upon his bedspread. Calling to small embers to the palms of his hands, he slowly drew a very deliberate circle of burning red power in the air around it, feeding his diminished energy into the sphere. "Kima, answer me at once!" Saffron shouted, hopping up onto his bed as motes of light flashed into existence within the globe. After several seconds, a hazy image started to coalesce within the sphere, and Saffron could just barely make out the image of Kima's face within the magical ball. "My Lord Saffron." "Hello," Kima said, her voice garbled by the unstable connection established by the magical device. "How nice of you to call. I wasn't expecting you to contact me again so quickly," she said, sounding slightly panicked, for some reason. Saffron scowled. "Kima, this place is even more wretched than I imagined. You have no idea what it's like, having to live in this filthy hovel, sharing living space with abominations and freaks, and being constantly—" He trailed off before he said, bullied, quickly realizing that it would be unseemly and undignified for the king of the Phoenix people to be abused by lower creatures such as his classmates. "Let's just say that the students here are very rude," he finally settled on, spitting out the word like a ball of poison. "That's so interesting," Kima said while she did something with her arms off to the side. It was hard to tell with the image being as unfocused as it was. "Oh, you said that Sodom was there too, right? Tell me all about that." The Phoenix King's scowl turned to a regretful grimace. "Sodom has not been helpful. I tire of this place, Kima. I am placing the order to have me retrieved." Retrieved? But my lord, you've barely been there a week," Kima protested before she quickly turned her head and whispered something over her shoulder. "Nonetheless, I won't be able to stand another at this rate," the childlike king muttered. "Is there someone behind you?" "No. I mean, it's just a servant. You know how they get in the way sometimes," Kima said. Saffron frowned. The longer she kept talking, the better the resolution in the sphere became, and he could now hear the nervousness in his servant's voice. "Hold on, Kima." Placing his hand atop the globe, he caused the image within the artifact to expand, revealing several men in utility jumpsuits behind Kima, all working around a piece of enormous machinery. Staring at the large device, and in particular the huge metal grill on the front, Saffron felt his heart sink into his stomach. "Is that a heater?" Kima froze as she realized that she had been found out. "My Lord Saffron, I can explain. It's just a temporary countermeasure. Until you can return to your adult form, we'll make do with this poor and shabby, though surprisingly inexpensive substitute. You replaced me," Saffron said, his eye twitching badly. Kima's image started to sweat. "Well, it's really more like FZZ-30. Saffron jolted back as a black sphere of power suddenly smashed into the crystal ball, annihilating it completely and leaving a wide scorch mark on his bedsheets. Whirling around, Saffron was quite surprised to see a man he'd never seen before stepping into his room from a black portal. Jadeite frowned. "You don't look like the person I remember." Although admittedly that was before the concussion. Nonetheless, etiquette requires I make sure. Are you the fire user that follows Sodom around sometimes? Saffron blinked. "I suppose you could say that." I laugh. Jadeite watched contemptuously as his victim melted while still alive, the Phoenix King's innate fire resistance doing nothing against the otherworldly powers commanded by the Dark General. And then Jadeite turned on his heel and stepped back into the portal, just missing a bright flash behind him that heralded the rebirth of the Phoenix. Absolute silence dominated the room as Saffron's head rested in the center of the floor, sitting within a circle of ash and crackling black lightning. "Maybe I'll just stay in here," Saffron mumbled wearily. Chapter 10 It's not libel if it's true. Hello everyone. Are you ready for another chapter of supernatural slapstick and pointless violence? Cheered Tsukune as she gestured wildly for no apparent purpose. Well, we've had some time for new developments and new characters, so it's time to return to our old-time sink, guessing Ranma Sodom species. Shizuka smiled brightly as she flung her arm to the side. Today we're fortunate to have someone relatively close to our subject, the hellhound Kumagamaroshi. And although he's due for punishment both for traipsing about in his monster form and smoking within 15 feet of a building entrance in violation of the school code, we'll put that aside for now so that we can have his input. Why do we even have smoking rules? Kuma grumbled, his hands in his pockets as he stood nearby. Half the student body is probably immune to poisonous smoke anyway, and some of them don't even breathe. A vein popped up on Shizuka's head. It bothers the rest of us. Now give us your best guess as to Ranma's species. Kuma frowned as he crossed his arms over his chest. Well, I know that he spent a lot of time in the human world, which is probably why he's so good at fighting in that form. So he's probably a type of monster that gets on well with humans naturally. Then he smirked. He's also got 4 women back home, which either makes him some sort of seduction monster, or just a pervert, like Jin. Kuma's expression became more serious. As much as I'd like to write him off as a lech, he sure doesn't act like it, even when he's hanging out with that top-heavy chick with the blue hair. So I'd have to guess he's an incubus. Based on his girlfriends? Shizuka asked. But don't lots of monster species practice polygamy? Even hellhounds have alpha males, right? Kuma flushed slightly as he turned his gaze away. You're thinking of werewolves. Hellhounds don't really do the pack mating thing. Really? How does it go, then? Shizuka pressed. Kuma hesitated for several seconds before he said, well, I suppose you could say we do. Arranged marriages, he hedged. Shizuka frowned. Isn't that kind of an odd tradition to have in hell? What is it actually called? Kuma was once again silent until he lowered his head in embarrassment. Hellhounds are bred, all right. We have breeders that pair us up. Shizuka snorted as she tried to stifle a laugh, causing Kuma to flush deeper. I'll bet there's a humiliating and hilarious story that goes with that confession, but you're not important enough to spend any more time on. Sorry. The homeroom teacher whirled around as Kuma seated quietly behind her. Another possibility explored. But only time will tell if it's correct. Until we meet again, enjoy the story. Black Dragon Productions proudly presents a Ranma and Rosario plus vampire crossover. There seems to be a perception problem when people read about Ranma and Tsukune. Ranma beats people up that annoy him and pretty much ignores people that don't. Tsukune convinces people through heartfelt emotion and pure charisma to do things that are usually in their best interests, but don't occur to them. Why is TSUKU a needy asshole? Key, writing/emphasis, sounds, thoughts, speech, comments that you can freely ignore. Inner Mocha Big Human on Campus Chapter 9. It's only libel if it's not true. I still think you should go see Miss Madaraki anyway. Ranma. She was talking about how your injuries could have lasting complications if you never had them treated properly. Tsukune led the way out into the halls of the dorm as Ranma followed afterward, shutting the door behind him. Don't worry about it, man. I've shrugged off way worse than Mocha's little kicks, the martial artist boasted. A small spider, small by Yukai's standards, for it was still as large as a healthy adult tarantula, was mounted on his shoulder, looking for all the world like it belonged there. And Tsukune supposed it did, in a way. Ranma's pets/bodyguards had grown completely accustomed to human company, and somehow Ranma had even taught them to keep to a single corner of the room, as per Tsukune's request the previous morning, rather than wandering all about the dorm. Tsukune could now easily admit that the abnormal arachnids had become a normal and accepted part of their dwelling. Shaking off that line of thought, Tsukune once again tried to appeal to Ranma's almost negligible sense of physical vulnerability. The fighting might get harder from here on out, you know. The Fight Club is probably going to be dealing with the enforcers frequently from now on. Ranma smirked. I hope so. I don't know how I'll keep my edge if your girlfriend is the toughest challenge around this dump. Tsukune's face fell at the reminder of Mocha's transformation the previous day. Okay, fine. So I'll have to appeal to something other than his common sense. Tsukune didn't really want to do this, but his friend had left him no choice, and he took a deep breath before continuing. Well, I suppose it's for the best that you don't go after all. You miss homeroom so often. Miss Nakonomi has started asking me if you transferred out of her class or something. She'll probably need to do private tutoring with you so that you can catch up. The response was predictable and instantaneous. Ranma froze stiff, and the spider on his shoulder bristled in agitation. You know, I was feeling a bit stiff from all the bone fractures, the big-tailed boy said, failing utterly to sound casual as a cold sweat broke out on his brow. And a visit to the nurse is an excused absence, right? Tsukune nodded knowingly. Of course. I'll let Miss Nakono know that it can't be helped this time. Thanks, buddy. You're a lifesaver, Ranma said, looking relieved. Hey, can you take her with you? The nurse probably doesn't want the little buggers crawling around inside the office. Tsukune was about to ask what Ranma was talking about when he suddenly saw the spider arcing through the air toward him. It was as gentle a toss as Ranma could manage, surely, but Tsukune still yelped and almost stumbled as he barely managed to catch the hairy little beast in his cupped palms. Whoa! Hey! Be careful! The younger human protested, his nervousness rising as the spider immediately started crawling up his arms. Don't worry, she won't get hurt if she falls. I'll see you after class, okay? Ranma said as he turned and started to walk off. Then he stopped suddenly, frowning. Something wrong? Tsukune mumbled, his eyes locked fearfully on the spider crawling onto his shoulder. Just because he was used to the giant spiders didn't mean that he was okay with them touching him. Ranma turned around and walked up to a metal vent set in the wall before knocking on the grate. Clang! Clang! Yo, Mizore! Come on out for a second. Tsukune was about to ask who Mizore was when the grate slowly pushed open and a head of mussy light purple hair poked out. Yes? Ranma gestured to Tsukune. Mizore, this is my roommate and best friend, Pale no Tsukune. But then, you probably knew that already, huh? Mizore nodded quietly. Right. Tsukune, this is my stalker, Shirayuki Mizore, Ranma continued. Oh, it's nice to meet you, Tsukune said politely, bowing slowly as the spider climbed up onto his shoulder. Wait, stalker? Yeah, she's not that great at it yet, but she's been practicing an awful lot. So she'll get better, Ranma reassured him as Mizore gave a silent thumbs up. Ah, but how typical, really. If giant spiders and deadly monsters don't bother Ranma, why would an obsessive teenage girl frighten him? Tsukune figured. I was just wondering if you developed those pictures yet. I want to get started as soon as I can, Ranma said, eliciting confusion from both human and monster. Eventually Mizore nodded. They're in my room. Would you like to see? She blushed faintly. Yeah, I'll meet up with you after class, Ranma said. Wait, you do attend classes, right? Mizore nodded slightly. The same ones you do. Huh. That's some coincidence, Ranma said. No, I don't think it is, Tsukune ventured. Well, I just wanted to ask. Catch you later, Ranma said, dashing off. Tsukune watched Ranma leave silently, trying to focus on anything he could to distract himself from the feeling of the spider crawling up the back of his head and into his hair. It was that mental directive that led him to turn suddenly toward Mizore, who was ducking back into the air vent. Wait, Shirayuki, does that make you some sort of snow monster? He asked. Her name, plus the fact that the local air temperature had dipped slightly the moment she appeared, allowed him to make the connection. Mizore halted and gave the boy a guarded look before nodding. I'm a snow fairy. So? Are you the reason that the central heating hasn't been working recently? Tsukune asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Mizore frowned. Are you the reason it's always so hot inside these vents? Well, they're not made for people, Tsukune reasoned. Why do you have to shadow Ranma, anyway? I don't think he'd mind being around you. Mizore was silent for a long time as she stared at Tsukune listlessly. Then, finally, she spoke again. If you play in the sun, sometimes you get burned. And then the mysterious girl ducked back into the air vent, not waiting for Tsukune's reply. What does that mean? The hapless boy murmured before he finally made his way to class. The giant spider still nestled comfortably atop his head. I demand to speak with Lord Kuyo immediately. Kaito frowned in annoyance as the junior enforcer in front of her stood furiously. They were currently in the main offices of the Protection Committee, standing in front of Kuyo's personal office. The enforcer in front of her, some elemental girl with an annoying voice, had showed up and started pestering her for access to the Protection Committee head first thing in the morning. Kuyo rarely took visitors or petitioners himself unless they were either of personal interest to him or simply too powerful to rebuff, and this upstart was neither. Your demands will be taken into consideration, Kasaya, Kaito said negligently as she leaned against the door to the office and started inspecting her nails. Right after hell freeze is over. Don't think to give orders to Emmy. Well, then she sniffed. Also, you should bathe before showing up for duty. You smell like burnt trash. Kasaya the Magma Elemental seated quietly before her superior, pushing down her anger. Although her initial urge was to smack Kaito out of the way and barge into Kuyo's office, the Protection Committee didn't work like that. For all their laxity in enforcing the rules and stopping fights around campus, fighting other enforcers was strictly forbidden and punishable by suspension from the committee. There is a serious concern that he needs to be made aware of. The frustrated elemental insisted. The Fight Club has been revived. They're now attacking us openly around campus. Kaito rolled her eyes. Yes. I'll inform Kuyo when I feel it's an appropriate time to bring up how weak and incompetent you are to come home to your shift broken and smelly and full of worthless excuses. I'm sure he'll be very interested in how useless you are. Steam literally started to blast from Kasaya's ears at the dismissal. You don't understand. After they beat us, they started questioning us about the student council. I think Volos might be in danger. Kaito frowned and made eye contact with her subordinate once more. And why would he be in danger? Surely you didn't tell them anything about him when they questioned you. The elemental's frozen expression was as good as a confession to Kaito. Well, it would seem I'll have to have that chat about you with Lord Kuyo sooner than I thought, Kaito said. Her eyes narrowed into slits. Cowardice, weakness, and now treason. Quite a laundry list of failures you have here, Kasaya. It couldn't be helped. They were going to kill me. Kasai protested. Your fear is no excuse for betrayal, Kaito snapped. Much to the junior enforcer's disgust, she could see Kaito's incisors wiggling and shifting as they fought to retain their human proportions. Kaito was normally quite cool-headed, but she had very powerful predatory instincts, and the urge to attack at the first sign of weakness sometimes made her human form slightly unstable. You don't understand at all. I was fighting Shotomi Ranma. How was I supposed to beat him? Kasai shouted, flinging her arms into the air angrily. Kaito bit back a rebuke as the name caught her interest. Shotomi? The same one that Haruo was raising a fuss about? She snorted as her human disguise stabilized again. I knew he'd fail. I wonder if the overgrown yard ornament is still alive. Of course I'm still alive. The female enforcers glanced to the side as the entrance to the lobby burst open, and a familiar and unwelcome young man stepped through. Haruo currently had one arm in a cast and sling, and there were bandage wrappings over his head, but the gargoyle immediately proved that he was still healthy enough to launch into an enraged rant. So now you understand what we're dealing with. Only after I launched an investigation, an attack, and an underhand hostage scheme to my firm. Haruo stopped talking as a thick patch of sticky webbing covered his mouth, and he glared at Kaito. This proves nothing that we didn't know before, Kaito said, rolling her eyes as she brushed some threads of webbing from her mouth with a handkerchief. If Shotomi is such a problem, either remove him or avoid him. Kuyo doesn't have time to be bothered by such petty concerns. We can't do either if he's actively attacking enforcers, Kasai complained. And with the Fight Club behind him, he may not even be the worst of our concerns. And what would be the worst of our concerns? What is the Fight Club going to do? Kaito asked, leaning to the side with a hand on her hip. The worst they can do is attack our patrols as a show of strength. So what? Besides, their interests aren't so different from ours, shaking down the hapless weaklings that infest this school. Then the senior enforcer smirked. The difference is that we have a mandate. When we make our rounds, we're policing the campus. When those fighting buffoons do it, they're simply acting like the thugs they are. Haruo gasped as he managed to tear through the threads holding his mouth shut with his good hand. And what difference does that make if we can't beat them? We can beat them, idiot, Kaito snapped. The Fight Club members are brutes that are more concerned with showing off their own strength than actually succeeding in whatever their moronic and short-sighted goals are. You don't fight enemies like that head-on. You wait for them to expose a weak point and then strike from darkness. I tried that, Haruo protested. And you messed it up grandly, Kaito added. You didn't wait for Shotomi to expose a weakness, you grabbed blindly for one. Imbeciles who grope around in the dark are asking to get bitten. Then she chuckled. And boy, did you ever. I heard all about Miss Akashia's little transformation. Kaito turned back to the magma elemental. I will inform Lord Kuyo that the Fight Club is causing a ruckus again, and that you have failed him. While awaiting his judgment, I advise you think on how you might redeem your mistake. Hello, as your failure amused me considerably, I'll neglect to mention your involvement in the ruckus yesterday. The gargoyle bristled as the elemental sulked, though both enforcers accepted the judgments without further protest as Kaito turned away and opened the door to Kuyo's office. The two junior enforcers glanced at each other as their superior closed the door behind her, leaving the two battered monsters alone. I don't understand. Sodom is probably the single greatest threat to the supremacy of the enforcers across the campus. Why won't she take action? Haruo growled, slumping into one of the rather comfy lobby chairs. Cowardice, probably, same as she accused me of, Kasaya spat. For all her outward arrogance, she doesn't bother hiding her taste for exile. No doubt Miss Kaito will be avoiding any personal confrontation with Sodom for as long as she can. Damn it. How can our superiors just let that big-tailed bastard walk all over the authority of the enforcers like this? If we can't put a stop to one rogue student doing as he pleases, how can we show our faces on this campus? Kasaya frowned. I think you overestimate Sodom, actually. At seeing Haruo's confused expression, she elaborated. In the end, he's just another powerful monster, right? Hardly any different from Chatoraichi or Kuyo himself. She shook her head. Before they realized that I was conscious again, I overheard some of the conversation that Sodom was having with that other kid. The unremarkable-looking boy. Haruo raised an eyebrow. Pale no? What about him? I got the distinct impression that Aona was giving the others orders. Actually, the Magma Elemental mumbled. I couldn't really make out most of what he was saying, but he was talking about fighting the Protection Committee directly. And then once I woke up, he stepped back and Sodom and Gamaroshi started forcing information out of me. Haruo blinked. You think that Sodom is just Aono's henchman? I can't confirm anything, Kasaya admitted as she walked up to Haruo, staring hard into his eyes. But Kaito's right that Sodom on his own doesn't pose a threat to anything but our pride. And, well, I suppose our immediate good health. She cracked her back for emphasis, wincing at the popping noises that resulted. But with that posse of his behind him, to say nothing of the entire Fight Club, they could end up destroying the enforcers if we're not smart about this. Haruo's expression turned grim, reluctantly accepting his comrade's logic. It was difficult for him to swallow that his hated foe Ranma might not be the biggest threat to him. But if there was a different and hopefully much weaker danger to the committee, then he had to take the chance to root it out. What should we do? I want to find out more about Aono, Kasaya grumbled. We should. I don't know. Gather evidence, or search his dwellings, or maybe ask questions about him somehow. I'm not sure how to describe it. Investigate? Haruo said suddenly, causing the elemental's head to snap up. What? I saw it marked and underlined in Lord Kuyo's dictionary. For some reason, the gargoyle said, idly scratching at his injured arm. If we try doing that, we could find out what Aono's intentions are and whether or not he's pulling the strings here. And then, we can either take him out, or hopefully convince Lord Kuyo that he's actually enough of a threat for him to take action. Then Haruo grinned. And I think I know just the fellow for the job. Ranma grunted quietly as Fran Madaraki tended to his injuries, the nurse's treatments constantly causing jolts of pain as she tugged shards of bone out from under his skin. Really, I'm quite impressed by your ability of self-diagnosis and treatment, especially if you didn't use any proper medical facilities, like you claim, Fran said conversationally as she made another incision right under his collarbone. I'll barely even have to set the ribs in order to ensure a full recovery. You should still come by for treatment though, especially for bone fractures. Ranma grit his teeth against the pain, marveling at how much more agonizing modern Western medicine was compared to Dr. Tofu's pressure point and chiropractic treatments. Yeah, it's like I told you, this happens to me all the time. So I've learned to deal with it. Wincing again as the forceps dug under his skin, he finally asked, by the way, don't you usually use some kind of painkiller or something when you do this? Fran blinked. Don't worry, this treatment isn't nearly enough to cause any complications due to shock. And obviously your body produces endorphins at a highly accelerated rate, so the pain should subside without having to use any anesthetic. Ranma's sweat dropped at the explanation, wondering where the comfort of the patient came in. And then something interesting occurred to him. Hey, you're a doctor, right? Ranma asked suddenly. Technically I am a biologist more than a doctor of medicine, Fran corrected as she removed another sliver of bone and put it into a shallow metal pan stained with blood. My training and knowledge is equivalent to doctorates in the fields of general biology, biological chemistry, neuroscience, and genetics. I have lesser knowledge of anthropology, marine biology, pharmaceuticals, and cosmetic surgery to supplement my operational knowledge. Ranma only understood a fraction of that, but he got the impression that the answer to his question was definitely yes. So you can tell the difference between species that you're operating on, and know what students are what? Fran looked up at the big-tailed boy. I do, although such information is strictly confidential. Ranma smiled as he plummed to himself. What am I? You're a human, of course. Possibly of an advanced genus, but I'd have to run a full genetic test battery to determine. The school nurse was interrupted by a whooping cry of triumph as her current patient threw his arms up in the air. Yes, I knew it. You can tell I'm human. He looked back and forth, searching for someone else in the office to share the news with. You hear that? I am a human. Ranma shouted, seeing no one but figuring there must be somebody in earshot. I'm a human. Miss Madaraki said so. I know. Stop shouting. yelled back Mocha from the back room. Ranma blinked in surprise and lowered his arms. Wait, is Mocha still in here? Fran nodded, glad that her patient had stopped making such a ruckus. Yes. Some of her burns seemed resistant to her regenerative abilities. Although they are not dangerous, I wanted to keep her longer for research purposes. Burns resistant to her abilities? But she didn't get burned at all, did she? Ranma thought as he glanced over toward the back room. I mean, the closest thing to a burn she took was from the big-tailed boy winced as the pieces fell into place. Geez, who would have thought that water would be such a big deal? Well, to someone other than me, he mumbled. The reaction is very curious, I agree. Fran said as she popped an eyeball out of her skull and then replaced it with another one that had been modified to see through the skin into the musculature, a great convenience since the office was too small for a proper CAT scanner. She claims the effect is neutralized by adding herbs to the water. This leads to me to theorize that purer types of water are absorbing a critical element in her dermal composition that isn't affected by supersaturated water. The herbs act as. Ranma shook his head weakly as Fran went on, delving deeper and deeper into details he couldn't understand. What he did understand was that Mocha was still bedridden a day after his battle with her violent alter ego, and that it was his fault. The fight itself wasn't his fault, of course, since evil Mocha had just attacked him out of the blue, but the real Mocha hadn't been involved in any of that. She didn't deserve the walloping he had given her. And yet, after the blows had landed, and after he had deliberately scorched her with her secret though alarmingly common weakness, it was the normal, harmless Mocha who had to suffer the consequences of going head-to-head with the school's strongest fighter. Great. Now I actually feel guilty for defending myself from the bloodsucker. Ranma thought as his expression darkened. I should have just listened to Tsukune and tried to stop the fight. Damn it. All done, Fran said, alerting Ranma to the fact that she was now drawing the stitches over her incisions closed. As I said before, in the future you should see me immediately after being injured. Your skin heals at an absurd rate, and it's both hazardous and inconvenient to have to perform a minor surgery like this. Yeah, okay. If you say so, Ranma grumbled, his mood noticeably worse even though he had finally gotten someone else to acknowledge his humanity. Remembering that particular point, he suddenly turned back to Fran as he slid off the office cot. Hey, is there any chance you could tell my teachers that I'm human for me? They don't believe me when I tell them myself. Well, of course they don't, Fran said, smiling slightly. Your physical abilities are exponentially higher than that of the average human. And you're attending a school exclusively for monsters, after all. There's no way they'd believe you. Then she tilted her head slightly to one side. As for your first request, I'm afraid it's impossible. That information is confidential. Ranma's face darkened yet again. What? But I don't care if you tell them. I want you to. The confidentiality has no bearing on the student's wishes, I'm afraid. These rules come directly from the headmaster, Fran explained pleasantly, apparently unaware of her patient's distress. Then, do you have any idea why I am here at Youkai Academy? Ranma asked, searching for any other piece of full information he could pry out of the nurse. You said yourself that it's a school only for monsters, so what the heck? Fran tapped her chin thoughtfully as she considered the question. I do have a theory. Well, what is it? The martial artist asked eagerly, leaning over the nurse. Fran took a moment to once again exchange her eyeballs, returning her vision to normal while Ranma waited to hear her idea. Youkai Academy's ultimate goal is monster integration. It is with this ideal in mind that the students here are taught how to fit in human society and learn to blend into civilization. Ranma nodded. Believe me, some of them really need the help. Fran nodded, smiling. Yes, they do. So it stands to reason that if you're here at Youkai Academy, you too need to be taught how to act like a human. There was a long, empty silence in the nurse's office as Ranma's hope and curiosity slowly died. What? He mumbled weakly. Things such as basic history, social mannerisms, and most importantly, conflict resolution that doesn't involve snapping the other party into are all part of fitting in with modern human civilization, Fran explained. From my own observations, you're here to learn these things. But I'm from a human civilization, Ranma protested. Fran gently took his hand and gazed up into his eyes, her own, apparently replaceable ones, full of hope and determination. And someday, with work and guts, human civilization will take you back. Don't give up. It's just... But... Ranma stammered pathetically as Fran let go of his hands, unable to think of a defense. I'm not that bad, am I? Fran considered the question. Was there a particular reason you were sent here? You didn't just pick up a pamphlet for Youkai Academy off the ground, did you? Ranma looked nervous as he replied, there was some fuss over me destroying a mountain. No. Wait. I only helped destroy the mountain. It wasn't even inhabited or anything, probably. The school nurse nodded reassuringly. I understand. However, mountains are very large and at times important terrain features. They provide convenient and often historically significant landmarks, host a great deal of biodiversity, and can be a great boon to industry as well when used for logging or mining. As a human, you should be more cognizant of the consequences of destroying them. Ranma lowered his head sheepishly. Oh. I didn't know mountains were such a big deal. Fran smiled angelically as she patted Ranma's head. And it's lessons like this that we hope you'll take back with you when you're finally ready to re-enter society. The big-tailed boy looked somewhat defeated, but also strangely determined as he stood up and walked out of the office, thinking hard on what he had been told. Did you seriously just have to explain to him why massive collateral damage is bad? Fran turned her head to see that Mocha had stepped out of the back room, still dressed in the loose hospital gowns she had been given. I do hope I explained it correctly. I've never been a particularly good teacher, Fran said, looking worried as she got up to meet the vampiress. I just think it should be pretty self-evident why destroying mountains is wrong, Mocha grumbled as Fran started to look over her burns. There's something the matter with anyone who thinks causing that kind of damage is okay. Then the vampiress glared down at her Rosario meaningfully. Don't you agree? Oh, cry me a river, you wimp. You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs, right? Mocha's darker self retorted. Thus it follows that you can't smash Sodom flat as an omelet without breaking a few classrooms that happen to be in the way. That jerk is pretty fast. Mocha's eyebrow twitched. Why am I the one taking classes here, again? Alright, I think I've gathered enough data by now, Fran said as she turned away from Mocha and took the girl's clothes from a cabinet on the side of the office. You're free to go, but please return immediately if you suffer any more water burns or other severe injuries, of course. Mocha nodded gratefully as she took her shirt and skirt from the nurse and started to dress, periodically glancing around to make sure there was no one coming into the office. And while I agree that Sodom's ignorance of the consequences of his violent conduct is generally detrimental to his societal status, Fran continued pleasantly as the vampiress dressed herself, it's insignificant compared to the detrimental effect to your health caused by trying to fight him. Ridiculous. That bastard was just lucky that there was water nearby. Evil Mocha growled. Mocha's eyebrow twitched again as she forced a smile to the nurse. Of course, Miss Madaraki. It won't happen again. I do hope that it doesn't, Fran said, her tone still quite pleasant, because he could most definitely kill you. And while a vampire's cadaver would make for excellent research materials, your health and safety is technically my first priority. Mocha's sweat dropped. Technically? Alright, Miss Madaraki. I'll keep that in mind. Who the hell does she think she's dealing with? That little human is no match for me. Mocha quickly finished buttoning her shirt and then made a dash for the front door, unsure as to how much longer she could put up with the Rosario's abrasive taunting before she started yelling at her jewelry. Not only would such a scene be incredibly embarrassing, but she was reasonably sure Fran could have her committed if she were to have such a breakdown in the nurse's presence. Fran watched her go, basking in the personal, humble satisfaction of a job well done. Well now, let's see what materials I've gathered this week, she said to herself as she picked up a clipboard laying on her desk off in the corner of her office. She halted as she felt something odd along the edges, and an eyebrow rose as she observed some kind of sticky film that clung to her fingers as she pulled it away from the clipboard. A mucus discharge? No. The consistency is wrong. Then an ectodermal secretion, as part of a membrane? Fran frowned as she continued studying the goop. How odd. I don't remember having any gastropodent patients. HMM. By and large, The density of any given mass is affected by its temperature. Richard groaned as he scratched a piece of chalk across a board while facing away from his class. The mass expands when temperature increases, and contracts when temperature decreases. For example, very slowly and rigidly, Richard turned around to face his students. Let's say I were to freeze the interior of your lungs such that your breathable oxygen changes from a gas to a solid form. Your lungs would instantly collapse from having the volume within them drop so rapidly. On the other hand, if I were to boil the fluids of your stomach into a gas, it would burst from the calamitous expansion. Richard's cowl curved slightly as he grinned, a sure sign that someone was about to suffer soon. Experiment time. The entire class groaned at the prospect of another lab. They weren't hard at all, and actually provided quite a boost to the students' grades with very little effort on their part. But the labs inevitably involved one or more students being subjected to cruel, lethal magics, and Ranma hadn't shown up to stop or restrain their murderous professor. Or at least, that's what the students thought before the classroom door opened up and the aforementioned aide walked in. "Hey prof, sorry I'm..." Before Ranma could get another word out, Richard looked around suddenly, his hands glowing a bright blue. "Tardiness will be rewarded with pain." The warlock howled as a lance of ice about the size of a man's arm sheared through the air in Ranma's direction. "Thunk!" Ranma blinked in surprise, and then craned his head upward where the icicle had embedded itself above the doorway. "Still haven't gotten that fixed, eh?" Ranma deadpanned as he stared down at Richard's disembodied head. It had fallen off when the warlock had turned around, and was now rolling slowly across the length of the classroom toward his feet. "White glue is such a hassle," the professor grumbled as his body started walking after it. "It takes forever to dry." Before the warlock could pick it up, Ranma kicked the undead cranium up into the air and then grabbed it. "Here. I'll take care of it." "Really? You will?" Richard asked, his body thrusting its arms up in triumph. "Thank goodness. The day's lesson is saved." There was a chorus of tired groans from the class as Ranma rummaged around in Richard's desk with his free hand, eventually pulling out a stapler. "Wait. What are you planning to?" Richard was cut off as Ranma slammed the warlock's head roughly onto the ragged stump of his neck. Chunk! 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 Several students winced at the sound of staples being pounded into flesh, while the rest silently lamented that Richard's aim would be skewed no longer. "There you go," Ranma mumbled as he finished the circle of crude metal stitches and gave the undead instructor a solid whack on the back of his skull to test the fix. "That should hold until the next time you piss off someone strong enough to do something about it." "Yes, thank you," Richard said, his head rocking back and forth slightly but lacking any real flexibility. "You may take your seat, Sodom." Ranma made his way to his desk, and then stopped in surprise as he saw a familiar and generally unwelcome face in the desk beside it. "Saffron? I didn't know you were in this class." Ranma said as he sat down next to the Phoenix King. Yes, well, I only recently started actually attending my classes, Saffron grumbled. Really? Is this the sort of thing that humans have to go through every day? It's an enormous waste of time. Ranma shrugged. Well, human schools aren't exactly like this. For one thing, at most human schools the teachers are only allowed to knock out the students, rather than murdering them outright, Ranma explained, recalling Miss Hinako's habit of draining the life force of troublemakers and delinquents. Saffron considered the policy. I suppose that would go a long way toward ensuring further tuition revenue. Professor Richard's methods seem rather wasteful. No talking in class? A mighty, ghastly voice boomed, startling both martial artist and Phoenix from their conversation. Richard's body was encompassed by darkness as a strange, neon green energy leaked from his eyes like blazing tears. Your punishment. The warlock howled, throwing one arm forward. Segments of sharpened bone appeared from the ether before linking themselves into a crackling chain, and then the skeletal weapon bolted forward through the air, eliciting an otherworldly howl as it streaked toward Saffron's shocked and terrified face. Thunk! Saffron blinked in surprise and relief as the bone spear embedded itself in the front of his desk. Richard was silent for several seconds before he coughed and patiently clasped his hands behind his back. Shotum, I think I'm still a little off-center. Yeah, I know, Ranma replied, clearly disinterested as he pulled out his science book. Saffron snorted in annoyance. It would seem you're out of violent diversions, Professor. Perhaps it would be best for you to continue your lecture. Richard considered this, staring down at his hands as they practically seethed with arcane power. Then he glanced up again. Would anyone be interested in murdering a classmate for extra credit? By the time Saffron had finished murmuring, "What?" the boy in front of him had turned around and yanked the bone spear out of his desk. Gyuk! Saffron gasped in agony as the spike punctured his chest, and glared hatefully at the offender as life leaked out of his grasp once more. Sorry about this, the other student mumbled as he pushed the spear further through his victim's ribcage. I practice in the afternoon, so it's hard to find time to study. Nothing personal. Hey, don't take it out on him because you can't keep up with class, Ranma complained, although he made absolutely no effort to help as his neighbor started to bleed out onto the floor. Would anybody like to take care of Shodan too? Richard offered, glancing around the classroom. Anyone? It's worth an automatic date on the midterms. As Saffron's breathing weakened and he slowly slid out of his seat onto the floor, Ranma looked around at the surrounding classmates, all of them clearly avoiding eye contact. What? Nobody? No one at all? Ranma asked with an annoyed grunt. Not that he wanted the class to descend into a murderous frenzy for their grades, but he was disgusted that his peers wouldn't even hesitate to call off a little boy, albeit an annoying, unkillable, fire-wielding little boy, when they didn't have the guts to even try attacking him. A day isn't worth much if you're dead, mumbled the boy who had impaled Saffron. Then, more quietly, he added, "Besides, you're the best chance we've got of actually surviving until finals." There were many nods of agreement from the surrounding students. "All right, class, that's enough," Richard said, clapping his hands together. "If we're done turning on each other for the sake of fleeting academic advantages, please turn to." Richard trailed off mid-sentence as he stared at Saffron's desk. "So dumb. Did that pest next to you just turn into an egg?" "Yeah. That happens whenever he dies," Ranma mumbled, looking disinterested as he thumbed through his science book. "I was under the impression that life begins with eggs, not ends with them," the warlock mused, rubbing his chin. "What are you asking me for?" "You're the science teacher," Ranma countered. "Whatever just happened has very little to do with science," Richard said. "Well, you're also the wizard here, aren't you?" Ranma asked. "Touché," Richard allowed. "Anyway, could you get rid of it? Having food items on the floor is a safety hazard." "You're also the biggest safety hazard," Ranma complained. "Look, I doubt we can keep that joke running long enough to really bite into our class time, so why don't you do your job already?" Ranma grumbled under his breath as he hauled Saffron's head up onto his shoulder and carried it over to the window. Chuck! Sliding the window open, he dropped the ornate egg outside, and then slammed it shut behind him. "Thank you, Sodom. I presume that it landed on the ground and was smashed to bits?" Richard asked. "None. I aimed for a trash bin," Ranma replied as he took his seat again. "Oh, I see," Richard mumbled, wondering if that was better or worse than his presumption. "Anyway, please open your books to page 111. Tsukune sighed wearily as he stood stock still in the hall yet again, which was quickly turning from an embarrassing novelty into a major bother. The fact that he had a pair of fine schoolgirl bosoms hanging in front of his face, almost brushing his nose, made little difference to his mood. Nor did the other three unfamiliar girls that were giggling and making cooing noises while occasionally brushing against him. Oh, sure, yesterday he had taken plenty of guilty pleasure in having random girls fawning over him because one of Ranma's spiders tagged along, but it had gotten old fast. Being immobilized for several minutes by people he didn't know, answering rapid-fire questions while the girls were hardly even listening to him, and then feeling the cold, displeased stares of Kurumu or Mocha for several minutes afterward all put quite a damper on his short but frequent bursts of popularity. Evening that out a bit was the fact that having one of the hairy-fanged beasts on his head for so long had done wonders for his lingering fear of the creatures. Most of the time he had barely noticed that the arachnid was with him, and even on the occasions when it was disturbed it still hadn't bitten him or crawled down into his shirt like he had been afraid of. "Look, I'm really sorry, but I should be going now. I have to meet up with a friend of mine," Tsukune said apologetically after one of the girls asked to hold the spider. Neither Kurumu nor Moko were there at the moment, but he knew that if he waited long enough one of them were sure to catch him like this. "Oh, okay," one the girl said reluctantly as she pouted. "You should bring him to class more often." "Oh, no, I don't think that's a good idea," Tsukune mumbled. "It doesn't get along with all the teachers." He had no idea what had possessed him to bring the giant spider to his homeroom class rather than bringing it back to the dorm. But the obviously well-trained little beast had been on edge the moment it saw Ms. Nakomum. Luckily it hadn't objected to being stuffed in Tsukune's book bag for the duration of homeroom. But he didn't want to think of what might happen if his feline-like teacher was exposed to it directly. Tsukune was so distracted by thoughts of his innocent and plucky homeroom teacher being attacked that he didn't notice one of the girls that had been fawning approach him from behind as he walked away. "Hey, don't be in such a hurry," the girl said as she took Tsukune's arm, surprising him. "Let me come with. You're going to see Sodom, right?" "Hey, how did you know?" Tsukune asked, genuinely surprised. She giggled. "You two are always together. It's hardly a big secret. Just like it's not a secret that you and Akashiya are going out." Tsukune turned red as a cherry as he started stuttering. "What? We're not dating or anything. Who told you that?" The schoolgirl's eye gleamed mischievously. "Oh, okay. So I guess you're available." "Not to you. I'm not. Would you take a hint and back off?" Tsukune demanded, his voice razor sharp. Tsukune slapped his hands over his mouth as the girl recoiled, unable to believe that he had just said that. In fact, after giving it a bit of thought, he was pretty sure he hadn't just said that. "Geez, what's your problem?" the pushy schoolgirl snapped, backing away. "Fine then, jerk. I don't have to put up with this," she snapped, whirling around before she stalked off. Tsukune watched her go silently, his hands still clamped over his mouth. He might have tried to defend himself, but he had no idea what to say, and didn't trust his voice since it seemed to have acquired a mind of its own. He felt a tugging sensation coming from behind him, and he turned his head. Kana stood behind him silently, her one visible eye staring at the young human impassively. "Kana? Was that you just now?" Tsukune demanded, cautiously taking his hands away from his mouth. Kana nodded as she mumbled something that he didn't catch. "Don't do something like that without permission," Tsukune complained. "You'll ruin my reputation." Kana shrugged, clearly not caring a whit. "Ranma," she said, speaking that one word clearly as she stepped aside, out of his path. "Huh? What about him?" Tsukune asked. "I was just about to go meet up with him." Kana simply nodded again, saying nothing. I think I see where this is going," Tsukune mumbled, continuing down the hall as Kana fell into step behind him. The siren said nothing as Tsukune made his way down the halls toward the classroom where Ranma had the miserable fortune of sharing with Jadeite and the dubious fortune of sharing with Youkai. Ranma and the aforementioned witch were standing outside the classroom door, engrossed in a conversation of their own as Tsukune and Kana spotted them. I guess I understand the logic behind making us identify magical girls and their weaknesses, Ranma mumbled as he looked over a sheet of paper, but I don't get these models he's using for examples. They're all wearing the same little cheerleader outfits thing. Don't most devil hunters wield swords or dress as shrine maidens? At the very least, that was his experience with such warriors in the past. The prof sure seems set on the whole magical girl type, doesn't he? Identify each target and list strategies for their downfall, Youkai read aloud from the assignment description. Extra credit will be granted for appropriately graphic descriptions of their deaths. Why are they all named after planets? Ranma continued, idly waving a hand toward Tsukune and Kana as they approached. Do you think these are real people? The details seem way too specific. Methinks I'll skip next week's field trip, Youkai said as she shook her head. Hi Ranma, Tsukune said as he came within arm's reach. Are you ready for tonight? Of course I am, Ranma said, handing his homework to Youkai as the young witch continued perusing the assignment. But just to make sure we're talking about the same thing, what's happening tonight? Again? Tsukune's expression turned grim. Today we have to strike back at the enforcer that's holding down the student council, plus I need to speak to Miss Wildman. Oh, that. Right, Ranma mumbled, idly taking the giant spider from Tsukune's head at last. Saving the school from corruption and tyranny. Yeah. We should probably do that right away, huh? Kana frowned slightly as she scooted over behind Ranma, throwing uncertain glances at Youkai. Tsukune sighed as he finally went about smoothing his hair, which had spent the last few hours as a literal spider's nest. You forgot, didn't you? Did you have anything else planned? The big-tailed boy gave a non-committal shrug. I thought I could do some training, is all. It was about this time that Youkai noticed Kana standing demurely behind Ranma, and the young witch raised an eyebrow. Training for what? Aren't you already the best fighter around? Tsukune asked, confused. Some might have mistaken the question as empty flattery, but after seeing Ranma fight evil Mocha to a standstill, he really couldn't imagine anyone ever beating the older human. Obviously, Ranma confirmed. But those attacks of Mocha's were actually pretty impressive. I thought if I could get some pictures of the battle, I might be able to figure them out. That didn't make much sense to Tsukune, and he was about to argue the point further when Youkai cleared her throat. Not to interrupt, the young witch said, glancing at the purple-haired girl. But who is this? Ranma snapped his fingers. Oh, right. You two haven't been introduced. He turned toward Kana and patted Youkai on the head, causing the young girl to brighten instantly. Kana, this is Sendo Youkai. She's a runt, and has an attitude problem. But she does whatever I say, so she's pretty full to hang around. Dog, senpai, you are making me blush. Youkai said, so giddy from the mild compliment that she completely failed to register the criticisms of her mind and body. Youkai, this is Kana. She's in my government class and sometimes helps me train the spiders. She's also a little bipolar. Kana winced at that, shrinking in on herself a bit. Ranma. Tsukune chided. Don't say that. All right, fine, Ranma said, rolling his eyes, so she's very bipolar. I was just trying to be nice. No, that's not what Tsukune trailed off as Kana's face darkened. Oh, never mind. She actually followed me here looking for you, you know. Really? What's up? Ranma asked. Kana mumbled something totally incomprehensible to everyone else, but it had Ranma scratching his head. School newspaper? I didn't know we had a school newspaper, he said as the siren started sifting through her book bag. Wasn't that Miss Nakomum's club? Tsukune asked, vaguely remembering something like that being mentioned before he had resigned himself to the indignity and hazards of the exploration club. It doesn't get much actually published. I heard that there's only one member in the newspaper club, Youkai said. There was something with the enforcers too, I think. Then again, most of the clubs have some kind of issue with the enforcers, even if it's just complaints about bribes. Kana pulled out a folded-up newspaper, and silently held it up in front of Ranma's face. Tsukune grimaced as he crossed his arms over his chest. Everything I've heard about the enforcers involves them bullying someone or extorting money. This has to stop. Tsukune? Ranma said suddenly. Yes. The younger boy gave Ranma his full attention, noting that Ranma's hands were clenching the newspaper to the point of almost tearing it. We may have to go through with your plan without Kuma's help. He's going to be in the nurse's office for at least a day or so. What? They got Kuma? Tsukune cried, grabbing the newspaper out of Ranma's hands and scanning the headline. Seeing nothing but some sort of gossip piece titled, Rising Star of Freshman Class Claims Harem of Foreign Human World, Tsukune gave his roommate a confused glance. I don't get it. Why would this mean that Kuma is injured? It's just a story about some womanizing jerk. Ranma's eyebrow twitched. Youkai popped up between Tsukune's arms as he held the paper, startling the boy as she began to read the article. Elite fighter Shodown Ranma, undisputed champion of the freshman class, was revealed today by a trusted source to be engaged to several young women back in his hometown of Nerima, situated around the human city of Tokyo, Japan. Although it doesn't come as much of a surprise to hear that such a powerful monster has romantic attachments, the revelations have stirred new theories as to his species as they have opened up the possibility of royal lineage or possibly a pack-later mentality. Did I say jerk? Tsukune asked, sweating slightly. I meant to say jock. Some womanizing jock. Not helping, Ranma grumbled. Whatever the case, there has definitely been both great disillusionment and great admiration among the freshman class at the news that Mr. Sodom is such a lecherous bastard. Youkai finished, pulling the newspaper out of Tsukune's hands entirely. That last bit sounds a bit too much like the writer's opinion to me. It looks like there's an editorial section devoted to the story too. Page 13. What the heck? The newspaper club doesn't have anything better to print than this trash. Who cares how many fiancés I may or may not have? Ranma complained, throwing his arms up in the air. Mocha turned out to be some sort of super powerful fighter. Students are fighting off the enforcers. A tremendous spider is eating people, and the Dark Lady still hasn't found those really important soul jewels or whatever. But people are more interested in Kuma's gossip than any of that. Give me a break. Ranma probably would have continued on that subject, but Kana tugged firmly on his sleeve to get his attention. Explanation, please, Kana said simply, an unreadable expression on her face. It escaped nobody's notice that her voice was not perfectly clear and audible. I don't know anything about the soul stones, I swear. Ranma shouted, much to confusion of everyone else. They must have been planted there. I was framed. I think she meant about the fiancés. Ranma, Tsukune pointed out, although he was quite interested in Ranma's unexpected protest. Ranma blinked. Oh, is that all? He snorted, shoving his hands into his pockets. It's my pop's fault. I don't even want to marry any of them. Half of them are arranged marriages and the other half are just people trying to impose themselves on me. But still, how do you end up with 4 girlfriends by accident? Tsukune asked. Somehow, after he spoke, he got the distinct impression someone was laughing at him. I don't want to talk about it, Ranma groused. Look, can we go already? I need to see Mizore about those pictures I wanted. Mizore? That creepy ice girl? Kana's attention was immediately piqued. What about her? Oh, you know her? Ranma asked, seemingly oblivious to the distasteful expression on the siren's face. She took some photos I think I could use to learn Evil Mocha's moves. You can do that with a few pictures? Tsukune asked, surprised. Ranma shrugged. I don't see why not. You'd be surprised what you can learn to do from a few stupid doodles on a scroll, the martial artist reasoned. You cry? What do you think? Tsukune asked, wondering what the girl genius had to say about something so outlandish. Some of the new theories are well reasoned, but most of them are reading way too much into the harem thing. Just because Senpai has that many girls doesn't make him a Shikima. I don't even think he has tentacles. Tsukune snatched the school newspaper out of her hands, an exasperated look on his face. Let's just go. Haruo grimaced as he observed a sticky film that stretched between his fingers, and sighed regretfully as he gazed at the shining splotches of goo that led back to the door in a series of footprints. Really, you must learn to perfect your human form, Kano, the junior enforcer officer said, turning his head lazily. It's a horrendous pain to get this stuff off of carpet, you know. Negari Kano stood in the middle of Enforcer's lobby, nervously glancing behind him at Kasaya as the female enforcer glared at him contemptuously. He was a weighty and suspicious-looking individual, with a skinny, frail body, freckled cheeks, and hair that was parted to cover his right eye. The more unusual and frankly disgusting aspect of the boy was that his skin was pale, clammy, and constantly seemed to secrete a foul-smelling, translucent film. In his hands he held a small digital camera, which he clutched tightly as if to protect it. "I'm sorry, but it can't be helped, right?" Nagore stuttered, removing his backpack. "I got what you wanted. You're going to keep your end of the bargain, aren't you?" "Of course I will," Haruo said negligently, stepping forward and cradling his injured arm. "In return for information about Aono Tsukune, I'll erase all evidence of your transgressions, and I'll even look the other way if I happen to find you engaging in your hobbies in the future." Kasaya raised an eyebrow. "And what hobbies are those, Haruo?" she asked, not liking this one bit. The fellow that Haruo invited into their office gave off a distinctly perverted vibe. Elementals didn't have much in the way of gender identity, but every bit of hers was telling her to pummel the slimy creep. Haruo wasn't nearly as concerned. Nagore's crimes were simple acts of voyeurism, which was exactly the type of criminal conduct that the enforcers sought out to earn bribes and favors. More importantly, such criminals were good at finding out information without being caught, which made them excellent spies. "Don't worry about it, Kasaya. Suffice to say, this one is no threat to our authority." He smirked as Nagore started rooting around in his backpack. It is sometimes necessary to overlook a minor, harmless wrongdoing in order to put a stop to a greater threat. This is the sad, but difficult truth of justice. Exactly. I don't mean any harm, Nagore said as he pulled out a manila envelope and handed it to Haruo. Besides, these findings would make you forget all about me, even if you hadn't agreed to do so. Haruo put down the folder, not wanting to have to handle it with his injured arm, and then slid a large photograph out to look at it. Kasaya stepped up next to him, her interest piqued. A vein popped up on the magma elemental's head as she stared at the photo. "Please explain, Mr. Kano, how an upskirt shot of Miss Madaraki qualifies as a finding," she demanded, her voice an angry hiss. Nagore looked startled as he dug into his backpack again. "Oops. Sorry. Wrong folder," he said as he pulled out another one and laid it next to the first. "I'll just take that other one back," and, as the peeping Tom reached for the envelope, Kasaya slammed her hand down on top of it, causing Nagore to flinch back. His fear quickly turned to sorrow as the envelope and the photograph started to shrivel and burn underneath the enforcer's palm. "Hey! Those are my treasures," the voyeur complained as black smoke started to curl around Kasaya's hand. "Oh, relax would you?" Haruo mumbled as he reached for the new envelope. "I did say the evidence of your crimes would be destroyed, didn't I? You should be glad." Taking a photo out of the second envelope, He pulled it out to see that it was a photograph of a paper document. What is this? A medical record? The medical records of one Tsukune Ono, Nagore said, wheezing slightly as he stared regretfully as the blackened cinders of his work. It seems he escorts his friends to the nurse's office quite often, so Miss Madaraki gave him a checkup. Haruo frowned as he looked at the body of the document. Tests are all negative. No bruising. No allergies. Heart rate. Blood pressure. The gargoyle looked annoyed as he finally turned toward Nagore. So, what? You went through all this trouble to inform us that he's in good health? Are you an idiot? That's the problem we're trying to correct, if necessary. Nagore simply chuckled, baring his long, crooked teeth in such a way that Kasai shuddered. You missed the most important part. Look near the top. I think you'll see something very interesting about Aono. Something that the enforcers would probably want to deal with directly. Haruo raised an eyebrow as he glanced back up at the top of the page. Name, Aono Tsukune. Age, 15. Species, human. Blood tea. His breath caught in his throat as he realized what he had just said, his eyes snapping back to the species column. Kasai's eyes bugged out. Human? She hissed. He's a human? That's impossible. Nagore grinned as he shrugged. It's right there in black and white. I can't say whether Aono is a mastermind pulling the strings of the Fight Club like you suggested, but that becomes perfectly moot in the face of this tidbit, doesn't it? He doesn't belong here. The penalty for a human entering Youkai Academy is death. Haruo growled, his hands clenching the photograph tightly. There are still so many questions. But with this, we can end it. We now have the proof we need to convince Lord Kuyo that the situation is indeed serious. Kasaya nodded, flexing a hand into a fist as seams of glowing red embers spread over her arm. To think there was such a dangerous enemy right under our nose. She shook her head. Of course, this still means that we'll be stuck with Sodom and the Fight Club. Oh, don't worry, Nagore said, grinning horrifically. You'll find that I dug up a little dirt on Sodom as well. Haruo's good arm practically ripped open the envelope in its fist to seize the remaining photo, and he held it up greedily before he began to read. This is Sodom's physical data. Of course. Now we know his species. He's... Kasai leaned forward expectantly as Haruo trailed off. What is he? What? If we knew what kind of monster he is, we could find a weakness. Nagore chuckled. That too is unnecessary. As you can see, Sodom is a human, just like Aono. Kasai blinked. Haruo continued staring at the photo. Nagore's pleased expression slowly wilted, sensing something was wrong. Hello? That's what it says, right? You didn't get another one of my... hobby pics, did you? Haruo snorted and tossed the photograph into the air. Sodom Ranma is not human, he snapped. Reaching his good arm back, his forearm bulged as his skin turned a rough granite gray and his fingers turned into talons. With a single swipe, he reduced the picture to shreds. What? How can you say that? Nagore asked, shocked. That brute took down Saiso, Akashiya, Raichi, and Kurama, as well as us too. Kasaya snapped, a puff of steam blasting from her nose as she snorted. And you expect us to believe he's a human? Are you making fun of us? Nagore recoiled. But, the proof was right there. How come the school nurse's word is good enough to convict Aona but not Sodom? Kasaya snorted, blasting out another puff of steam. For the same reason we sent you after Aono in the first place, rather than Sodom. Aono is weak, but clever. Sodom is strong, but dim. We don't need proof to stop Sodom. We need an army. Besides, the school nurse is obviously wrong. Seriously, what does she know? Haruo said, his arm returning to normal. She has, like, 4 PhDs, Nagore mumbled, only to be completely ignored. The important thing is that Aono is brought to justice, and that his attempts to undermine our fine institution have halted. For accommodating that, Kano, I will consider our bargain complete. Haruo said firmly. Kasaya, we must go see Kaito at once. If this doesn't warrant Kuyo's attention, then nothing does. Knock. Knock. Mizore jumped slightly at the sound of knuckles against her door, and she felt her heart start hammering against her chest. Is that him? He's here? Already? Mizore thought, a flush coming across her face. It would have been difficult for an outside observer to tell that she was panicking, or even flustered, but Mizore was almost quivering as she reached for her popsicle that was sitting in a small dish on her nightstand. She had spent most of the day fretting about Ranma eventually coming to her room, such that she had even neglected to keep track of him. And while it would have made sense to most people that there was hardly any need to obsessively skulk around somebody when they were going to meet with you later, the shift in approach left the poor girl terribly flustered. Of course, her unease was helped considerably by the literal wall of photographs that dominated the room, each one featuring her pigtailed target and skirted by notes and comments that mostly detailed how dreamy and strong Ranma was. Mizore hoped he didn't think that was weird or anything. Just having Ranma's likeness nearby on the occasions where she wasn't keeping close to the actual Ranma made her feel safer, like the walls could collapse and the ground open up around her and in an instant she'd wake up in his arms completely protected from harm. And given that those things did happen around Youkai Academy sometimes, to say nothing of fireballs suddenly raining down on you in the middle of nowhere, it was a more practical reason than some may have guessed. After a few more seconds of zoning out, another knock came from the door. Maybe she's not here. I guess I could always stop by later, Ranma said from out in the hall. Mizore jolted into action, quickly grabbing a small lollipop from where it sat in a small dish atop her dresser. Closing her lips around the candy and feeling a soothing coldness seep through her pounding heart, she crossed the distance to her front door and turned the knob. Oh, there you are. Ranma said, smiling as Mizora opened the door a crack. I was beginning to think you were lying in wait for me back at my room or something. Mizora flushed as she stared wanly at the big-tailed boy, basking in his radiant grin. He even had a spider resting on his shoulder, which she personally found absolutely adorable. Ranma was, without question, a dream given flesh. Lying in wait? Is she some sort of creep? Came a young, high-pitched voice that caused Mizora's racing heart to seize up briefly. She opened the door a little wider, and her elated mood dipped considerably as she saw the young witch that had taken to following her crush around like an abandoned puppy. She's a close friend, you could say, said the male's voice that caused Mizora's eyebrow to twitch. I mean close more in the sense of, literal distance. Opening the door a bit more revealed Ranma's underwhelming friend and roommate, Tsukune, and her last hopes of a romantic rendezvous with the big-tailed boy faded. You should say it plainly, said yet another voice, this one pleasant yet sharp, which caused Mizora's hackles to rise. The girl is an obsessed stalker. It's the truth. Mizora finally pulled the door open entirely, finally revealing Kana standing behind the others. And while her position may have been humble and demure, there was nothing ladylike about the flash of contempt that crossed her expression when their eyes met. Needless to say, any joy she had felt from seeing Ranma had now fled entirely, replaced by a cold irritation. Why are they here? She mumbled. Ranma shrugged as he rubbed his arms roughly, noticing that it seemed even colder than it usually did when Mizora was close by. We're on our way to see Miss Wildman, so I thought I could stop by and get those photos I wanted, he explained. Why? Are they not ready yet? Mizora glanced over at Kana, who promptly straightened and glared back at her through her one eye not hidden by her hair. They're not ready yet, Mizora said evenly, starting to close the door. Come back later. Ranma looked disappointed, but before he could say anything Kana promptly pushed Tsukune aside and then slammed a hand against Mizora's door, knocking it open. Enough of your games. Let's get the stupid pictures and leave. Tsukune regained his footing and then sighed as he sensed a fight brewing. So, what? Does she only talk when she's pissed off? Youkai asked, raising an eyebrow. Something like that, I guess, Tsukune grumbled. Whoa, hey. Kana, what's the big idea? Ranma asked as he followed the siren into the room quickly. Mizora bristled silently as Kana glanced around the room, and her fingers slowly froze over within the oversized sleeves of her outfit, each one extending into a razor-sharp ice crystal that continued growing to dagger length. Kana's only visible eyebrow twitched mightily as she stared at the wall of Mizora's room completely dominated by pictures of Ranma. What the hell is this? How much of a creep are you? The siren boomed, her voice reaching an almost painful pitch as she whirled on the other girl. If only Ranma wasn't here, Mizora thought morosely, sliding her blade-like fingers against each other within her sleeves. Besides the fact that she didn't want him to think she was some sort of possessive, violent woman, she also didn't doubt that he'd stop her if she tried to throw at a friend of his out of indignation and embarrassment. Whoa. This is... Ranma stopped short behind Kana, caught off guard by the massive wall that seemed to be devoted to him. Mizore flushed as he started looking over the photos carefully, to be joined a moment later by a fairly stunned Tsukune and Youkai. Well, I can kind of appreciate the sentiment here, Youkai muttered. But still, yikes. Ranma. Tsukune looked at the older boy in concern, wondering about his intense stare as he looked over the pictures. They're not here, Ranma said suddenly, sounding disappointed as he straightened. Huh? What's not here? Youkai asked. The pictures I wanted, Ranma explained, frowning. Actually, there aren't any pictures of me fighting, or even training in the fight club. He shook his head. It's not a very good album. Thud. Tsukune winced as Kana fell over into a faceplant, and promptly moved to help her back up. Album? Senpai, this isn't really. Youkai trailed off weakly, unsure of how to explain the social implications of stalking and wary of having to do it right in front of the stalker. Mizore, for her part, quickly withdrew a folder and held it out to him. Here. These are the new pictures I was going to add today. I was hoping we could add them together. As a cold shudder ran through everyone else in the room, Ranma happily took the folder and started flipping through the photos inside. Okay, here we go. His eyes narrowed as he looked at two images of Mocha chambering a kick, and then another that was mostly distorted by the failure of the camera to record Ranma and Mocha's images quickly enough. These could be helpful. Hard to say. He flipped through a few more, then gathered up a handful and placed them in Mizore's dresser. I don't need these ones. Use them for the wall. Kana's eyebrow twitched as she clenched her hands into fists. You're okay with this? She said, barely containing her voice to a weak growl. Well, like I said, it's not really a good representation if there's no pictures of me doing martial arts, Ranma noted as he held up a photograph to the light. But hey, it's not really any of my business. It is your business, Kana shouted, shooting a hot glare at Mizore as she waited silently next to her bed. This is a complete violation of your privacy. You shouldn't have to deal with. The siren was cut shorted as Ranma suddenly patted her on the head, causing a flush to fill her cheeks as she suddenly felt her unusual shyness reasserting itself. It's all right, Kana. Relax, Ranma said, smiling reassuringly as he tousled her hair. It makes me happy that you're worrying about me. Oh. Kana's blush darkened, and she squeezed her eyes shut as she took in the feeling of his fingers rubbing at her scalp. Then the big-tailed boy chuckled as he turned back toward the wall of photos. Oh, honestly, it kind of makes me happy to see wallpaper devoted to how cool I am, too. He wasn't looking at her at the moment, so he missed the vein popping up on her head as well as the extremely annoyed expression on her face. Youkai sweat dropped and then tugged on Tsukune's arm. You know, I honestly can't tell if Senpai is really good with girls, or really bad with them. Well, it would seem he's not lacking in experience, Tsukune allowed, holding up the newspaper he still held in his hand and looking over the front page article. He was reasonably surprised and fairly alarmed when Mizore stepped forward and took the newspaper smoothly out of his hands before opening it up to read. It's harmless. Let it go, Ranma said to Kama as he pocketed the pictures he wanted from Mizore's collection. She is not harmless. Stalkers are dangerous, Kana protested. She glanced over at the stalker in question to check her reaction, but noticed with some irritation that Mizore was calmly reading the school newspaper instead of dealing with them. Ranma snorted. I don't think she could hurt me even if she wanted to, he said as he crossed his arms over his chest. Just because she can't hurt you doesn't mean she isn't dangerous, Kana said sharply. Whatever that means, Ranma mumbled. Look, would you calm down? I'm the one asking her for a favor here, and you're totally getting on her case. Why shouldn't I get on her case for sneaking around and taking pictures of you in secret? That's horrible. Kana protested yet again. Not to take sides or anything, Tsukune interjected, but it's worth pointing out that we caught you hypnotizing us out of our beds at night. Kana's expression froze in place as her face colored. Youkai raised an eyebrow as she stared at the siren knowingly. Okay, look. Wrongs were done. Mistakes were made, Ranma said, nodding sagely, but the important thing is that we forget our differences and all get along, right? He then noticed that Mizore was cutting out a section of the school newspaper using her finger, which had somehow become a razor-sharp blade of ice. Tsukune seemed surprised to hear such a sentiment coming from his roommate, and he stumbled a bit before rushing to support him. Why, yes. Absolutely. If we don't let mistakes turn into grudges, there's no reason we can't all be friends. Except for Kuma, Ranma said in a deadly monotone as he watched Mizore pin the article up onto the photo wall. Tsukune blinked. Huh? Kuma? Yes. Kuma is going to have to pay for his mistakes, Ranma deadpanned. But that's... Tsukune trailed off as he noticed Mizore staring at the article, and he sweat dropped at how intensely the cool-tempered girl seemed to be reading it. Finally, Mizore turned around and stared impassively at Ranma. You have 4 fiancés? As Ranma twitched, she cocked her head to one side. So, is there a form to fill out? Or... I have to go punish the bad dog now, Ranma said evenly, turning on his heel and walking out the door. Thanks a lot, Mizore. See you later. Kana and Youkai quickly followed him, the former scowling briefly at Mizore before matching Ranma's pace and departing. Tsukune, for his part, offered Mizore a bow as he struggled for something full to say. Oh, so, I guess I'll see you around. Depending on your progress as a stalker, I suppose. Mizore frowned as she leaned down to whisper into the boy's ear. Next time, don't come with him. Okay? Tsukune shuddered as a gust of cold wafted from her lips and brushed by his ear, chilling his skin instantly. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for understanding. HMN. Mizore glanced over at her while Ranma and cocked her head to one side. Say. Yes? Tsukune asked, halting on his way out the door. You can see Ranma in the shower whenever you want, right? Mizore asked, a slight flush crawling over her cheeks. I'm not sure how to answer that, actually, Tsukune mumbled. Mizore idly scratched at one picture at the top corner of the wall, which had Ranma in a towel, and a note that said, "Find some way to remove." I was just thinking, the purple-haired girl said slowly. If I lent you my camera, I'll be going now, Tsukune deadpanned, walking straight out of the room. Have a good day, Miss Shirayuki. Crazy pervert. I'd hate to think what would happen if she were after me. Within the head offices of the enforcers, Kasaya and Haruo stood at stiff attention as their master and captain of all the protection committee calmly perused a large photograph taken by Nagare. The head of the committee was an elegant-looking man, with an immaculately pressed jacket and flawless complexion. Long platinum hair swept straight back over his scalp revealed a large forehead with a pair of cactus circles in the middle. Kuyo was a cool, calculating sort. Or at least, that was the impression he gave to those that met him for the first time. To those more familiar with the chief enforcer, and with the gall to criticize him even in their minds, his calmness was simple arrogance framed by a nearly delusional sense of self-righteousness and authority, and in truth nobody had ever seen anything approaching calculation coming from the man. That was more the domain of Kaito, who was even now carefully reading over Kuyo's shoulder while occasionally casting questioning looks at her two juniors that wait for their captain's judgment. On the occasions that the enforcers wielded their authority in a manner more befitting a secret criminal organization, as opposed to wielding it in a manner befitting a non-secret criminal organization, which was far more common, she was inevitably at the head of the operation, whether anyone knew it or not. Inconceivable, Kuyo said suddenly, slapping the photograph onto the table. Are we certain this information is reliable? Haruo hesitated. As certain as we can be, Lord Kuyo. Our source has no reason to lie to us. Of course, that wasn't entirely true, as Nagare had been under considerable pressure to dig up dirt on one of the least disruptive students in the school, but there was no reason to start poking holes in his own story. As you can see, Paono Tsukune, a human boy, has infiltrated the school right under our noses. Kasaya nodded firmly. Not only that, but I had reason to believe he may be trying to undermine the authority and presence of the enforcers on campus, using the Fight Club as a proxy. Kuyo clenched his hand into a fist, and a fierce red glow lit around it, as if his glove were burning. I see. Then it is good you brought this to my attention. His eyes narrowed. The Fight Club in particular is an annoyance I had thought extinguished. I am displeased to learn that Wildman didn't learn her lesson last time. Then he stared down at the photo. But still, a human? Here? At this elite school for monsters? There was a pregnant pause as each enforcer digested the implications for themselves. Elite? Kasaya said slowly, looking thoroughly confused. It's been a long time since Lord Kuyo's attended any classes, Haruo whispered to her. This will be dealt with, Kuyo said imperiously, sliding the photograph to the side. Kaito, hand this order down to Jin. Tell him that I am permitting any means necessary to have Aono seized and brought here. Of course, Lord Kuyo, Kaito said, bowing deeply and walking out of the room. After she left, Haruo bowed as well, making as if to leave. Well, if there will be nothing else. As a matter of fact, there will be, Kuyo said, freezing Haruo in his tracks and making Kasaya stiffen even more than usual. It is my understanding that each of you have encountered a certain monster here on campus, belonging to the Fight Club. One by the name of Sodom Ranma. Haruo scowled angrily. Kasaya simply nodded, saying nothing. Ah, not fond memories, I see. Tell me of him, the committee leader commanded. Haruo needed no further prompting. He's an arrogant brute and chronic delinquent who takes pride in flouting school rules and pummeling those of us trying to restore order, the gargoyle growled. What's more, Kasaya-kun, he's Aono's lackey. Aono treats him as a bodyguard and uses his influence in the Fight Club to his own devious ends. Kuyo nodded slowly. I see. However, is it possible that Sodom is unaware of Aono's species? Kasaya and Haruo gasped, glancing at each other. Of course. Maybe the human has merely been using him all this time. Kasaya hissed. It makes so much sense. HMPH. To think that even one as mighty as Sodom can be toyed with like that. Humans are truly terrible and frightening creatures, Haruo mumbled, although he seemed curiously pleased. I can think of no reason why our students would knowingly allow the existence of a human. Perhaps he would cease being such a bother if he were to realize that the Protection Committee is looking out for his interests by disposing of his friend. Kasaya's sweat dropped. Firm. When you put it that way, actually, I will see to it personally, Lord Kuyo, Haruo said, bowing. Of course. If Sodom is unwilling to side with us for some reason, inform me at once, Kuyo commanded, steepling his fingers. I will put an end to his defiance myself. There are far too many among our student body who think their trifling powers place them above the law. It may be time I disabused them of this notion. Haruo nearly shed a tear as he imagined Ranma on his hands and knees, begging for his life as Kuyo seared the flesh from his bones. I would relish the event, my lord. Then go to it. These fools and dissidents would think to plunge this, our precious academy, into chaos and disorder, but I will not stand for it. We will end Aono's duplicity and Sodom's disruptions once and for all, and then all will know the true authority of this campus. We don't have a fight club meeting today, but I think Miss Wildman is usually around here, Ranma explained as he led Tsukune, Yukari, and Kano through the main gym. Most of the space inside was taken up by a large basketball court, and the volleyball club had set up a pair of nets and were practicing diligently. Ranma quickly spotted his club's head and advisor near the back of the gym lecturing a member of the fight club as he hammered away relentlessly at a punching bag. There she is. Come on. Your pace is slacking. Keep up your speed. Ryza Wildman barked as the rather weedy-looking fighter huffed desperately. And keep your aim steady. When your blows don't land properly, not only do you do less damage, but you spend extra time and energy drawing back your arm. Keep your elbows properly chambered. As the boy's performance only seemed to deteriorate, Ryza noticed a small group of students approaching. She didn't recognize most of them, but the half-werewolf brightened when she saw Ranma leading the group. Oi! Human! Get your ass over here! I need you to demonstrate something. Ranma dashed forward immediately, stopping in front of them. Yeah? What's up? Ryza patted the large red punching bag on the side as the other club member backed off. Hit this thing as fast as you can. Oomph! The bag's support snapped as it flew away the air, eventually impacting the wall of the gym before it flopped onto the floor. Tsukune blinked. Ranma was still standing there with his arms at his sides, and he could have sworn that the older human hadn't even moved. To him, it looked like the bag had simply exploded away from the big-tailed boy. Ryza frowned. I said as fast as you could, not hard. It's the same thing to me, Ranma replied, shrugging. When you hit the same spot that many times, it registers as one big hit. HMH. Ryza waved off the other student, allowing him to go rest. Whatever. Are you here for extra practice? No. A friend of mine wanted to talk to you. Something about the fight club removing the enforcers from power. Ryza raised an eyebrow. No kidding? Huh? Before Tsukune could step up, Ranma continued. Hey, is Kuma around here? Eyebrows? Yeah, he's always around here, it seems. Ryza murmured, walking behind her to the gym's rear exit. I heard he got into a fight and used his monster form, so I'm making him do laps as punishment. Oh yeah, that is against the rules, isn't it? Ranma thought to himself, remembering the battle against the elementals. Not having a monster form himself, it was easy to forget that the usual Youkai Academy student had to hold themselves back if they wanted to comply with the rules. Not that many of them bothered. Ranma silently turned toward the exit and left, Kana trailing behind him quietly. Tsukune cleared his throat, straightening. Hello, Miss Wildman. I'm Tsukune Ono. We met briefly when the clubs were demonstrating for new members. Okay. Ryza mumbled, not remembering the boy at all. So what can I do for you? Tsukune gave a pensive glance back at Youkai, who offered him an encouraging thumbs up. Miss Wildman, can you tell me why the Fight Club resists the enforcers? Tsukune asked. Raiza raised an eyebrow. Why? Are you one of them? No, not at all, Tsukune said quickly. In fact, I guess you could say I'm an enemy of the enforcers, technically. Youkai snorted. From my observations, anyone who isn't in the protection committee is an enemy by default. Well, yes, that's actually why I'm here, Tsukune continued, playing off of Yukai's comment. The enforcers need to be stopped, once and for all. No kidding, Raiza said lazily, leaning against the remains of the punching bag setup that Ranma had destroyed. After a moment, she glanced over at the club member she had been training. Do 50 push-ups and then hit the showers, slacker. You've got a lot of endurance to build up before we start combat training you. The student in question grumbled under his breath as he staggered away, looking ready to collapse at any moment. Well, that's an interesting idea, I guess, Raiza said, once again addressing Tsukune. So why are you telling me about it? I know that the Fight Club has challenged the Protection Committee's authority in the past, so you're wrong, Raiza deadpanned. Tsukune blinked. What? Wrong about what? We've never challenged the enforcer's authority, Raiza explained, crossing her arms under her breasts. We challenge individual enforcers, sure. But we don't really have any particular problem with the committee overall. You don't? Tsukune asked, fairly stunned. Then, why do you fight them? Raiza shrugged. Well, who else is there to fight besides them and the monstrels? I mean, we get into plenty of scrapes with individual monsters. Sodom is kind of the rising star on that front, but they can't offer us any kind of real challenge. The enforcers are actually organized enough to stand up to us as a group, so they're our targets. Tsukune said nothing as he rushed to redo his mental calculations and arguments. Not that they've been up to snuff this year, Raiza continued, looking annoyed. Last year they fought like bears defending their territory. This year they've been more like jackals. They've just been preying on the very weakest while fleeing from any harsher conflict. The redhead shrugged. I guess that's mostly our fault. Oh. They probably still remember getting walloped last year, and it doesn't help that any of them who show any spine end up with broken spines. Well then, if you want to provoke them, shouldn't you move deeper into their territory? Tsukune said suddenly. Hey? What do you mean? The student council. Tsukune almost shouted. It's the key to their power here on campus. Without the student council under their thumbs, they could lose the authority they have over Youkai Academy. That would get them into a fighting mood. Raiza raised an eyebrow as she thought over the proposition. Oh, yeah, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, actually. But what would we do with the council when we have it? A few droplets of sweat started to collect on Tsukune's brow. Well, ideally, You'd protect them from harm while they restore actual law and order to campus and stamp out corruption. Wow, Riza said humorlessly. That's about as ideal as it gets. She crossed her arms under her breasts as she continued. All right, cut to the chase, shrimp. You obviously want the Fight Club assaulting the enforcers, apparently even more than we already do. What's your angle? What do you get out of this? Tsukune wet his lips nervously as he considered all his possible responses and Riza's likely responses to them. He hadn't expected the Fight Club's activities to be so pointless in their violence, although in retrospect it made sense. Riza didn't seem opposed to his idea, but at the same time Tsukune had very little to offer her. Well, when all else fails, I suppose it's time to tell the complete and unvarnished truth, he thought wryly as he sighed. I want the enforcers out of power because I've seen what they do around campus, and it's horrible. Tsukune admitted, lowering his head. They're in charge of keeping the peace, but I've never seen one stopping a fight or helping someone in trouble. They do nothing for the security of Youkai Academy, and instead abuse their authority by extorting money and settling personal grudges. They've been badgering and attacking Ranma over a prank that someone pulled on him, and recently even attacked me and my friends to get back at him, and both Ranma and Mocha got hurt as a result. They're worse than useless, and I think the school would be a much better place if they were gone. His hands gripped into fists as he glared at the floor. I can't do anything myself, so I'm trying to find people who can, and will. I'm tired of hearing about students afraid to criticize them and clubs having to pay them or shut down. He looked up again, meeting the noticeably unsympathetic gaze of Riza. There's a lot wrong with this school, it's true, and I know this might not fix anything. But I see a chance to fight back against the real criminals and hopefully make this a better place, and I want to take it. Hun. The redhead cocked her head to one side as she stood up. So that's how it is, huh? Then she smiled and hooked her arm around Tsukune's shoulders before rustling Tsukune's hair, surprising the human boy and causing him to stiffen. You're a nice guy, aren't you? Well, I like to think so. He stuttered, unsure of what to make of the question. I don't hate guys like you, Riza said, smirking as she let go of his head and stood up straight again. And it would be nice to call the Protection Committee out once and for all for a showdown, so why not? I'll start telling the crew to start hanging around the student council offices and pick some fights. Oh, that's good. Thank you, Tsukune said, hesitating only a little. He couldn't help but wonder if he was making a mistake, relying on a force of reckless thugs to take on a force of slightly less reckless, more organized thugs. Surely there would be little to stop the Fight Club from doing as they pleased if they decided to seize control of the student council themselves. Youkai once again gave an encouraging gesture in the form of two thumbs up. Tsukune's sweat dropped. Then again, it's not like the enforcers stopped them as things are, So I guess the only limits on their actions is their own initiative. Ranma certainly exemplified that thought. The martial artist was nigh unstoppable, but somehow lazy. He usually got into fights in reaction to a threat or challenge, and never seemed to put his superhuman abilities to any productive use besides defending his friends, which he was very thankful for, and was a very good use of his strength. But Tsukune found it strange that Ranma was content to lie back and build his reputation by simply clobbering anyone who challenged him rather than, say, fighting the strongest monster in the school or roving the halls to stop monstrous bullies. Well, I suppose it's better that he doesn't go around picking fights to prove himself. Tsukune reconsidered. Speaking of which, he's been gone a little while. I wonder if Kuma's okay. The hellhound in question was currently completing his 17th lap around the gym sports field, the burned-out remains of a cigarette hanging from his lips as he gasped for breath. Not that a few laps of running or anything that could strain him, but he had forced himself to keep up an almost constant dash the whole time, pushing his body to the limit. Stupid, stupid, stupid. How could you disappoint Miss Rizal like that, you idiot? He thought to himself, puffs of dark gray smoke bursting from his lips. His body temperature was already soaring from the constant exertion, and he could feel his lungs literally burning as they incinerated every scrap of oxygen, toxin, and tar to fuel his legs. They warned you about staying human. But no, you had to learn the hard way. Idiot. The hellhound groused mentally as he rounded the edge of the field, his pace slackening. After a few seconds, his teeth clamped onto the end of the cigarette, and he started speeding up again. This is for your benefit, Kuma. If Sodom can fight as well as he does in human form, then I can too. All I need to do is train myself under the limitations of a human body. His eyes flaring a bright red, he raised his head from the track below to check how far he had to go until he reached the lap marker. Kuma was quite confused and understandably upset to find an outstretched arm blocking his path. PWH. The hellhound was pitched onto his back after being clotheslined, slamming onto the dusty dirt track with a meaty thud. He honestly wasn't that surprised to see Ranma leaning over him a moment later. It seemed that any time something annoying happened to him, the big-tailed boy was always involved, if not directly responsible. Hey eyebrows. Take a break. You look like you're about to die. Ranma deadpanned, sticking his hands in his pockets. Kuma struggled to sit up, lacking the energy to even lash out at his partner in blind fury as usual. Why did you do that? You made me swallow my cigarette. Ranma raised an eyebrow. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, is that even a bad thing? I was saving it for when I finished 20 laps, the hellhound groused, you know, as a reward. Ranma rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, you were working hard enough. Take a break. Kuma noticed that some girl he didn't recognize was following behind Ranma silently, holding her book bag against her stomach. What? You've got another chick? Yeesh, maybe Jin was right, the hellhound mumbled, wiping a hand through his shaggy black hair. Ranma's eyebrow twitched, but he managed to keep his fists on his hips. Jin. I don't know a Jin, do I? Morioka Jinai, Kuma said as he stood up. You wouldn't know him, I think. Well, unless he hit on your girl form. Then the hellhound frowned. So why are you here, anyway? If I don't finish my laps, Miss Wildman is going to get upset with me again. I'm here about a funny story, actually, Ranma mumbled, scratching his chin. Specifically, a funny story about Emmy that was rooted around the entire campus recently. Kuma blinked. Really? What's the story? Do I know it? Ranma's eyebrow twitched again, and he resisted the urge to simply start pummeling his partner. Yeah, actually, I think you do. It's a little drama about how I ended up engaged to 3 different girls. Only without any of the parts about how it wasn't my fault, the martial artist growled. Kuma recoiled, any lingering irritation fading before the obvious annoyance of his considerably stronger combat partner. Whoa! Hold on. If that story got out, it was not my fault. I only told one guy. And that was just yesterday. It couldn't have been spread around campus in just one day. It was just then that a harsh wind happened to blow by, forcing Kana to hold down her skirt and conveniently blowing a newspaper by. Ranma's hand lashed out like a snake, snagging the paper and then shoving it in front of Kuma's face. Oh, thanks, man, the hellhound said, taking the paper and wiping his head with it. Crack! Kuma was bowled over by a snap kick to the side of his head, which sent him sprawling. Read it, you moron. Don't wipe yourself with it, the big-tailed boy shouted. Kuma, although upset at being kicked, was so confused by everything that was happening that he quickly grabbed up the paper and started scanning the headlines to try and figure out what was wrong. There was a long, grim silence as Ranma waited patiently, watching beads of sweat drip down Kuma's forehead to replace that which he had wiped away. So, who was it that you told? Again? Ranma asked, crossing his arms over his chest. And now that you mention it, Jin did say something about a newspaper club, Kuma stuttered as he slowly put the paper down. But, I mean, I've never seen a school newspaper here before. Why did the club release one now? Kana leaned in toward Ranma as she mumbled something to him. Yeah, if this Jin jerk is the only one in the club, I guess it would be hard to write up a paper regularly, wouldn't it? Ranma agreed. Kuma started glancing around, searching for anything or anyone that could possibly help him escape. Hey, look, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't think he'd go and put it in the freaking papers. Don't worry about it, Ranma said suddenly, rubbing the back of his head. What's done is done, right? Kuma blinked. What? You're not gonna beat me up? Beat you up? Ranma asked, snorting. What am I, some sort of creep? Of course I'm not going to beat you for making a mistake. Then he frowned and stared up at the sky. I do have a question. Oh, a question? Kuma asked, feeling immensely relieved that Ranma wasn't going to take vengeance. What is it? I heard that there are certain kinds of sounds that only dogs can hear, and I wanted to see if that was true, Ranma said, smirking. Kuma recoiled, and then he grabbed Ranma by the collar before baring large, blunt fangs at his partner. Oh, no you don't. I hate dog whistles. You give that here or I'll punch it right down your throat the moment you try and blow it. Ranma's smirk turned into a grin. I don't have any whistle. Kana? To Ranma, the scene was almost unreal. Kana simply blew air noiselessly from between her lips, and Kuma collapsed nervously onto the ground, his body spasming as his hair stuck straight out. Ah! Ah! Yah! Kuma shouted as he writhed about. What the hell? Stop! Stop! This is even worse than the whistle. Really? That's very interesting, Ranma said, smiling down at the hellhound. I mean, I don't hear a thing. Yargh. All right. I'm sorry. Really sorry. Please, stop it. I'm begging you. A pair of wolf ears popped up out of Riza's hair as she heard the side door to the gym open up, and she turned her head. Ah, eyebrows, there you are. You finished already? Oh, he's finished. All right, Ranma said evenly. Kana trailed behind him as before, but this time she had a self-satisfied smirk on her face. Kuma looked haggard and dizzy, but had no obvious physical damage at all. Besides that, he occasionally shot glances of pure terror at Kana, who each time met his gaze with a bright, happy smile. Curiously, that seemed to make Kuma even more nervous. Okay, so here's the scoop, Riza said suddenly, causing Ranma and Kuma to give her their complete attention. The enforcers are running like squirrels, so we're going to have to capture us a tree. We're going to start staking out the territory around the student council offices. If the enforcers give us any lip about it, you split that lip right open. Kuma raised his hand. What if the student council gets in our way? Ranma frowned and turned toward Kana. Hey, Kana, all right, I'm sorry. I take it back. Kuma suddenly screamed, slapping his hands over his ears as he whimpered and fell into the fetal position. Ranma's sweat dropped. Would you chill out? I was just gonna ask her if she knew any student council people. Youkai knows a lot about other students, but she doesn't make many friends. The young witch shrugged. I have Mocha and Senpai. With the two greatest students in Youkai Academy at my side, why would I bother making friends with the rest of the idiots that infest this place? That explanation got Youkai a few glares from Kana and Kuma, not to mention a few of the girls that were using the gym and had overheard. But true to form, the young witch pretended like they didn't even exist. Ranma frowned as Kana finally gave her a response to his question. Well, if he's in your class that's better than nothing. Could you ask him to meet me, then? The big-tailed boy asked, glancing down at the purple-haired girl. His expression fell as she watched the siren shrink in on herself and bite her lip. Oh, I guess you couldn't, really. Finally, Ranma shrugged. Okay, so we go with Plan B. Then he turned toward Tsukune. Tsukune, what's Plan B? The younger human sighed. I'll make sure to come up with something, Ranma. For now, let's go eat dinner. Tsukune glanced over at Kuma. Do you want to come too? The hellhound gulped. Is she coming with you? He asked, pointing timidly toward Kana. You mean the frail, docile girl too chronically shy to ask a classmate a simple question? Youkai deadpanned. Yes. Are you scared of her or something? I'm not scared, Kuma said suddenly, puffing himself up as he snuck a wary glance at Ryza. Don't be ridiculous. Like I'd be afraid of someone like that. I just don't like her attitude, is all. Kana looked annoyed for a second, and Kuma nearly felt his heart stop as she started to inhale. Ranma quickly placed a hand on the siren's shoulder, stopping her short. Don't. Who knows how many canines we have in here, he mumbled. As Kana pouted, Ranma grabbed Kuma's wrist and yanked the nearly paralyzed fighter forward. As for you, stop being a coward and come eat with us. That's the spirit. Fight together, eat together, and win together. Ryza said happily, thrusting a fist into the air. And don't forget, by this time tomorrow, I expect to hear that you've beaten a stronger enforcer than some flimsy elemental. Without using your monster forms. Ranma snorted. Yeah, like that'll be a problem. Let's go. Kuma looked fairly meek as he let Ranma pull him out of the gym, but suddenly frowned as his nose wrinkled, and then pulled himself free from his partner's grasp. Ranma didn't react, eager as he was to get to the cafeteria. Youkai gave him a strange look as the hellhound started sniffing the air in earnest, his nose drawing him closer and closer to Tsukune. The boy in question yelped as he suddenly found his arm seized, and he stared in confusion as Kuma started sniffing up his arm, then shoulder, before smelling his hair deeply. Something wrong? The hellhound frowned deeply as he took another few whiffs of Tsukune's head. Go wash your hair. What? Now? Tsukune asked, sweat dropping. Yes, Kuma growled. Tsukune quickly dashed off to do as he was told, not willing to resist such a harmless demand. Okay. Fine. I'll go wash. Meet you guys later. Kana rolled her eyes at the sight. Youkai snickered in response. Yup. Then again, when would the hellhound not be in heat, right? Oh, shut up. Kuma snarled, his face glowing red as he ran to catch up to Ranma once more. End Chapter 9 Big Human on Campus, Extra. Tsukune whistled happily to himself as he carried a bag of trash behind him, having just cleaned up the sections of the room now abandoned by Ranma's pet spiders. He had no idea how the older boy had done it. Honestly, and he had to consider that either Ranma or the arachnids themselves were much smarter than he gave them credit for. He still wasn't sure what the big deal was with cats, however. Reaching the dumpster next to the dorms, he hoisted the bag over his shoulder and then tossed it up over the lip of the container. Thwomp! Ow! Tsukune froze as he heard a cry of pain come from within, and he immediately rushed up to the steel bin. Hello? Is someone in there? I'm so sorry. I had no idea there was anybody in the trash, he said as he hoisted himself up onto the edge and pulled his recently discarded trash bag back out. Laying underneath it, much to Tsukune's horror, was what appeared to be a young boy with pink hair and curiously elegant clothing to be found amongst garbage. The boy groaned miserably, as if he could have spoken properly to Tsukune but didn't even want to bother. While he could imagine that there were some monsters who would eat, or even live in, trash, this one sure didn't look the type, nor did it look as if he was in the dumpster of his own free will. In fact, the boy had a knife blade impaling his leg, a fact that added another layer of alarm and urgency to Tsukune's mental panic. Hold on, I'll get you out of here and then go get help, Tsukune said, stepping into the garbage and carefully pulling the clearly abused boy up and over his shoulder. Saffron grit his teeth against the pain, forcing himself to keep quiet lest he get dropped back into the trash. Tsukune clumsily landed at the foot of the dumpster, and then laid Saffron against it. Wait here, I'll go get the school nurse, Tsukune said, turning around. There's no need, Saffron finally gasped out, sticking out his injured leg and holding it in place. Remove the blade at once. Tsukune hesitated, fairly certain that such an action was quite dangerous to do to a human, but also quite sure that the boy in front of him wasn't human. Are you sure you'll be okay if that wasn't a request? Saffron barked, gritting his teeth. Hurry! The pain is quite a deal more than you're familiar with, I'm sure. Tsukune went into action immediately, closing his hands around the knife's handle and closing his eyes against his squeamish stomach. With one gut-wrenching tug, he had pulled the knife free and then quickly tossed it back into the trash dumpster. Are you going to be all right? Tsukune asked as he opened his eyes again, watching with wonder and relief as the little boy's leg wound regenerated before his eyes. I'll be fine after I wash, Saffron grumbled, testing his leg gingerly. Well, what happened to you? The human boy asked. Saffron gave Tsukune an odd look as he finally stood up. Why do you care? Anyone would care if they found somebody in a dumpster, Tsukune exclaimed. The last man who did so simply mumbled something about the students being sure that their victims were dead before throwing out their bodies, and then he stabbed me in the leg, before taking me to the dumpster along with the garbage, Saffron deadpanned. He was so weary from the day's abuse that he didn't even bother to sound indignant about the treatment. That's terrible, Tsukune said, startling the Phoenix King. Then the boy grimaced. Not that we can do anything about it. Reporting misconduct to the enforcers is a waste of time. You want to do something about it. Saffron asked, mystified. You care? Of course I care, Tsukune insisted. At the very least, I can help you get back to your room. Which dorm is it? Both Tsukune and even Saffron seemed somewhat alarmed as the latter suddenly sniffled and started blinking rapidly. What is this? The Phoenix King asked as his vision went blurry. Droplets of liquid in eyes, he mumbled, wiping away the tears as they ran down his cheeks. I may be ill. This has never happened before. Tsukune's sweat dropped. Ah, those are tears, that's all. You're not sick. He tilted his head to one side. Does your species not cry or something? Saffron's suddenly enraged expression was somewhat ruined by the tears now freely streaming down his face. Fool! I am Saffron, King of the Phoenix, Lord of Flame. I do not cry. To which he added a moment later, Bwah, as he broke down into a sobbing wreck. Tsukune glanced about, glad that there was nobody around to see him tending to the childlike king. After confirming that he was alone, he silently rubbed the smaller boy's head the way he remembered his cousin used to do for him when they were younger. After nearly a minute of bawling, Saffron's sobs weakened into loud sniffling and hiccups, and Tsukune patted him on the back gently. There, are you ready to go home now? Saffron wiped his nose clumsily and nodded as he sniffled again. All right, then. Let's take you home, Tsukune said, gently taking the Phoenix King's hand. Geez, this is awful. Who would treat a poor, harmless child like Saffron so horribly? I'll have to talk to Ranma about maybe taking a harder line against some of the bullies around here. Chapter 11 Predator or Prey. Hello everyone. I hope you're doing well today! Shizukane chirped as she took up her usual position in preparation for the omake. Today we have another segment of Meet the Teachers, where we explore the twisted minds of our esteemed and utterly unstable staff. The homeroom teacher wanted to Jadeite, who was scowling as he sat on a stool to the side. Today we couldn't get a hold of anyone full or interesting, so we'll be interviewing this guy instead. Professor Jadeite. The Dark General glared up at the Nakomid as he crossed his arms over his chest. Your introductions leave much to be desired, feline, Jadeite growled. Shizuka ignored the complaint as she leaned over and shoved her microphone in front of him. So Professor, my first question is, are you really even a professor? Jadeite snorted. Of course I am, fool. I got my graduate degree at Terra University, coming fourth in my class. Then his face darkened as he added, right after all the other generals. Shizuka didn't seem convinced. I've never heard of a Terra University. Is that even properly accredited? Of course it is. Or was, at least, Jadeite admitted. Educational standards may have shifted somewhat in the 10,000 years or so since I completed my courses, and although I hate to say it, by intergalactic standards it was generally considered a safety school. But still, The degree is as valid as any. Shizuka cocked her head to the side. So what did you major in, anyway? Japanese literature, Jadeite said proudly, clasping his hands together in front of him. Shizuka's ear-like hair tufts twitched. Didn't you say this was 10,000 years ago? Did the Japanese language even exist back then? Of course it did, Jadeite scoffed. Why do you think everyone in the Negaverse speaks it despite us having been sealed away for millennia? Only modern English has been around longer, as it's spoken by most alien races across the universe. The homeroom teacher looked skeptical, but decided to move on. So how is it that you ended up at Youkai Academy? Well, after I was entombed, quote, forever, unquote, in crystal because a bunch of teenage idiots got lucky in their battle against me, I happened to be found by a few interplanar prospectors. After they destroyed my crystal prison, they said they wanted to be compensated for their efforts, since the crystal apparently would have been much more valuable with me still locked inside. Really? How? Shizuka asked, intrigued. Apparently I make a rather enchanting black light, and the elder beings have always lagged a few decades behind as far as furnishing trends go, Jadeite mumbled bitterly. But never mind. Upon learning of the sum I was expected to pay and exactly how resistant my rescuers were to having their souls burned out of their skulls, I managed to negotiate a payment plan. Naturally, that meant I had to find a job that would pay me in whatever absurd currency those prospectors wanted. After getting in touch with some old contacts and then exterminating them for their assets, I found some papers indicating that one had just been hired to teach at Youkai Academy. From there all it took was some whiteout to secure my place among our esteemed faculty. Shizuka nodded, seemingly unperturbed by the story of extortion, murder and fraud. Okay then, I have one more question. If your degree is in Japanese lit, then shouldn't your class be Japanese lit? Yes, Jadeite confirmed. That is the official title of the class, as put before the faculty manager. But that would hardly serve my purposes, so I changed the material and course catalog to make a class about devil hunters. So are you even qualified to teach about evading devil hunters? Jadeite looked insulted at the question. I'm more than qualified. I'm experienced. There's no one more suitable than I am when it comes to being obliterated by teenage magical girls. Shizuka frowned. Isn't the point of your class to avoid obliteration? Jadeite shrugged. I never really got the hang of that part. Shizuka suddenly swung around, smiling brightly again. Well, I'm sick of talking to this lunatic, so that's all we have for you. Enjoy the chapter. Black Dragon Productions proudly presents a Ranma and Rosario plus vampire crossover disclaimer. This is the chapter where the monsters all complain about humans as if we're the monsters. Like it's our fault we're so awesome that we leave only devastation and Starbucks franchises in our wake. Key, writing/emphasis, sounds, thoughts, speech, comments that you can freely ignore, Inner Mocha Big Human on Campus Chapter 10 Predator or Prey. Attention. Enforcers. Fallen. The voice was sharp and crisp as the cool morning air, and it had a similar effect of making those nearby shudder. Standing outside one of the main dorms, and pointedly ignoring the students that had started milling around the area to watch them, stood a full dozen enforcers, every one of them standing ramrod straight in a ranked formation. Dark eyes and square shoulders set, the members of the Protection Committee's compliance squad glared contemptuously at their destination as a single one of their number paced back and forth in front of them. He had dark gray eyes, almost black, and ruddy brown hair with a white shock running through it. A thin beard, concentrated on his chin and stretching down to his chest, lent the figure an aged look, although he otherwise didn't seem much older than any other student. He was large enough to stand above his soldiers, but not enough to draw attention, although the gigantic police baton on his back, more resembling a two-handed club than any modern enforcement tool, would have demanded attention should his uniform and air of authority fail to do so. Taking a deep breath, Jin Kai-shu began his speech. Fellow enforcers, members of the compliance squad, we have gathered here today to complete a very important mission at the behest of Lord Kuyo himself. Yes, Commander. The squad barked as one, individual voices helplessly swallowed up by the surge of noise. This school has been infiltrated, attacked, corrupted. Within these precious halls skulks one of the hated humans. Having snuck by our presumably formidable defenses and possibly extensive precautionary measures, he even now plots to destabilize and corrode our beloved campus. With a sharp turn on his heel, Jin stared hard at his men. And what do we think of that? That pisses us off. The rank of monsters shouted, some of their eyes flaring red with anger. Indeed. And tell me, my fine subordinates, what is the penalty for being a human on school grounds? Death. Same as everything else. The enforcers barked. Jin turned around sharply and glared up at the dorms. Hail no Tsukune. Your campaign of disorder ends today. Compliance squad, forward. Marching in perfect unison, their heavy boots pounding across the ground, the enforcers started to advance on the dorms. Those few students that had stuck around to watch the proceedings quickly found other things to do, not willing to risk being in the line of fire once the enforcers got serious. Here is the plan. Sikaru's and Najimo will hold position behind the dorms, with an aim on preventing any escape from the windows. Gamano and Philippe, you will take up the rear and prevent any outside interference while awaiting my signal in case reinforcements are needed. The rest of you are with me. As Jin spoke, his subordinates peeled off one by one to carry out their orders. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Jin smirked as his plan went into action, marveling at the fluid efficiency of his team. Unlike the regular enforcers, who did their job with little to no attention to efficiency or results, Jin prided himself on the brutal competence of his compliance squad. Perhaps it was because their job strictly involved violent subjugation of those already judged to be guilty by the senior enforcers. But whatever the reasons, Jin's team was known for being reliable and bringing results among a committee mostly known for corruption and uselessness. Kuyo didn't pay any attention to such a discrepancy, if he was even aware of it. But if he were to ask Jin what the secret of his team was, he'd receive a simple and full answer: planning. To Jin, a plan of action was the line that separated barbarism and chaos from peace and discipline. It was the glue of civilization, the shield of law and order. It was the shield that he held before him as he ascended the stairs to Aono's room, and it was thanks to his extensive planning that he felt no fear even as he drew closer and closer to his prey. To think one of the infamous humans should find his way here into Youkai Academy itself. What sorts of terrors does he have in store for our campus? What treachery does he plan to unleash upon our hapless students? Despite the danger he was surely in, he couldn't help but feel mildly excited by the inevitable encounter. Unlike many of the other students, he had never lived among or near humans before, and his image of them was molded by rumor and stories. Jin looked ever more excited as he walked down the hall to the target room. Would the human have plans of his own to stave off an assault? Would he have traps built, and defenses filled with the humans' dreaded weapons? Jin felt his teeth start to swell to their actual proportions and his skin start to bulge from the tension in the air, and he quickly put a rein on his thoughts. Careful. You can't lose control so easily. Stick to the plan. Jin thought as his clothes slackened again. If all goes well, I'll be able to cut loose soon enough. Bam! Bam! Jin pounded a fist on the door in front of him as the compliance squad lined up behind him, their arms clasped tightly behind their backs. Attention resident. This is Kaishu Jin of the Youkai Academy Protection Committee. We have been served an order for your immediate arrest. Come out and surrender at once or we will detain you with force. Jin backed up and started flexing his arm, preparing to hammer down the door. To his surprise, within seconds the lock clicked and the door opened up. Jin was even more surprised to see someone other than Tsukune standing in the doorway glaring at him. And a good morning to you, too, Ranma said quickly as he crossed his arms over his chest. What do you clowns want? One of the enforcers bristled with indignation at the insult, but hesitated as Jin put up a hand. We're here on official business, Sodom. Very grave business. We have been served a warrant for an immediate arrest and execution, the senior enforcer declared, drawing himself up. As I'm sure you're aware, only the highest of crimes demand such measures. I was not aware, Ranma deadpanned. I thought you guys just killed off whoever you felt like killing, no matter what stupid rule they violated. We do. Jin confirmed shamelessly. But only the highest crimes warrant actual paperwork. A vein popped up on Ranma's head. Right. Okay. Hurry up and see your piece so I can kick your ass and get on with my weekend, the martial artist growled, and make it snappy. I have a new technique to learn before I get busy taking down the entire protection committee. Of course, Jin said, apparently unperturbed by Ranma's attitude and stated intent to destroy his organization.